With my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I, your host, Amrita, welcome you all to this episode. It gives me an immense pleasure to invite you all for today's yoga and meditation episode. Before we start and have chit chat as well as thoughtful discussions and insights from the experts who have joined us for today's episode, let's join in for a short prayer on Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath inside, joining your hands together. A moment of silence within yourself as we chant the name because of whom we all are here on this earth. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Let's embark in today's journey for yoga and meditation and talk about how important is to stay fit, to stay healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and also to realize the importance of that and help people rejuvenate, enjoy, and to know more about themselves. And that's what is yoga about. And what to talk about meditation. It's an insight within you. It's an insight that takes you from the journey where you came and to the journey where you last went. And for that today, I have my friend from Croatia, who is a senior host and also a resident contributor and holds and runs a well-being academy, Alexandra. Global Namaste to you, Alexandra. And we also have our friend Christine from Sri Lanka, who has joined us as an expert panel for today's talk on yoga and meditation. How are you, Alexandra? A very, very good afternoon to you, and welcome to today's episode.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. I just feel, especially with your mantra chanting, it always really just brings me now and here from the Sunday, busyness and things. So welcome to everyone, whoever joined us. Welcome to Christine. and the team from the Healing Our Earth platform. We gather here every Sunday. And today the topic is yoga and meditation. As you also said, Dr. Amrita's journey to where we belong, to the home, to who we are and what we are truly. So we will have a lot of fun and a lot of information and a lot of education and a lot of demonstration, guided meditations. There will be like really a whole array of offerings, but as well, people can really ask questions already now, or if they are on the social platforms like Facebook or YouTube, they are definitely welcome to ask questions about these topics or suggest some future episodes, future topics for the future episodes.
Yeah. So, Alexandra, you yourself run retreats, and we have our friend Christine. Tell me more about her and yourself and your friendship and the journey towards yoga and meditation. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yes, I'm like as somebody mentioned, I run retreats. They're mostly like yoga and meditation. It's about some practical mindfulness methods and a lot about the breath work. But where I met Christine long time ago, maybe like 20 years or something ago, we met in France. Christine is now in Sri Lanka. I'm in Croatia, but we met in south of France in a Buddhist temple in Lerablink, where we attended a free retreat. And this is how I know Christine, but of course personally. But before that, I knew her through her work. She wrote an amazing book that is like a really classic in a meditation and a hospice and spirituality movement around the world. And she works now on her new book. We'll hear about it. I'm really eager to hear more about that as well. Christine, would you like to say something just as an introduction, short intro into your big like field of work? And just, you know, it's, I know we said it's not possible in this short amount of time, but I really do hope you'll come again and again and again to our Healing Our Earth platform, because we would really welcome your knowledge, wisdom, and insight.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I do have quite a varied background. I've been studying and practicing meditation and compassion in the Buddhist tradition now since 1980. And before that, I was studying Zen and Shiatsu. And I helped to found a Buddhist organization in the United States, and then I got involved in the hospice work and care for the dying when my first husband died at the young age of 25. And at that time, there was no hospices available at all where we were. It was a very, very new movement. And after he died and I moved to Northern California, I discovered a group of people who were trying to start a home care hospice where you go to people's homes to help them, support them in their process. And that was really a joy for me. And I eventually became the director of the hospice and the lead trainer for the hospice trainings. And there was so much interest in the hospice trainings that I eventually branched out and just specialized in giving trainings to help people understand death, prepare for death, and even on a spiritual level, bring their life more into focus, what's most important. And through that work, I eventually created an international program called Spiritual Care Education and Training Program. And we trained over 30,000 people. And we had groups in different countries that we were training how to do this. And we offered a very in-depth 9-month training for palliative care professionals at Naropa University. So that was what I did for about 40 years. And then my partner of 13 years died, and my whole life really exploded. I lost so many things close to me in a really short amount of time. My home and possessions, him, of course, but also within a few years, both of my parents died. 5 other people close to me died. And I moved to a different country, and I was just living out of boxes, going from place to place. And I was just shaky and really out of control. My post-traumatic stress had been re-triggered from all of this. And finally, after suffering for so long, I realized what I needed is self-compassion. And all my spiritual training sort of mentioned spiritual compassion, self-compassion, but didn't really talk about how to experience it, how to feel it, how to overcome this harsh pattern of judging ourselves that we have, this feeling of that we're never good enough, that we can never be perfect, and feeling so guilty about things from our past. So I started to realize when I looked into my heart, it was just like the debris that you see on the beach after tsunami. My heart was just so cluttered and so dark, and I couldn't find any way out or any way to even feel a sense of kindness and acceptance toward myself. So that was really the start of my journey, where I was exploring and looking into different authors and different spiritual traditions and trying to understand how I can change from being so blocked and fearful and judgmental about myself to being more open and kind to myself and calm down my nervous system. So before long, I realized I wasn't the only one going through this. So I started to learn about it. I started to create guided meditations that help us really come home to that sense of ease and well-being and okayness that we were all born with. What one of my teachers, Sokne Rinpoche, calls essence love, or the source of love that we were all born with. So I've had the privilege now over 10 years of teaching in different countries, and after the lockdown began, teaching online as well, and discovering how many people have struggled and been stuck, even if they've also, like me, been studying for many years in a spiritual tradition. They get really stuck in blaming themselves and expecting themselves to be perfect, not feeling they can ever forgive themselves or feel worthy of love. So when I call it a privilege, it's because, we have this saying, when people gave you lemons, maybe you could make lemonade. So I was really at the lowest point in my life. I'd really been brought to my knees, and I found something that helped enrich my life and helped clear all this debris from my heart. And when I started giving these seminars internationally, it's almost like I could see the light bulb go off above people's head. They realized they had been stuck, like being in a dungeon, in this very negative view about themselves. And they also didn't know how to get out. So there's a big gap between how we want to be in our life and how moment by moment our mind is making things so hard for us. Our emotions are so confused and cluttered, and we don't know how to come home to this sense of ease, this essence love that is our birthright, that we were born with. So I'm going to guide later on one of the meditations I've crafted for this journey to help us learn how to accept ourselves fully, with all our flaws, with all our limitations, to learn to be fundamentally understanding and kind to ourselves. And that's so important, because if we're always beating ourselves up, judging ourselves, it is almost as if we're throwing a spear at ourselves, right? But there's none of us who doesn't want to see more kindness in the world. And yet we don't realize that starts with our own mind, with our own self, with our own body and heart, to show kindness to ourselves and love to ourselves and acceptance, even to the parts of ourselves that we hate or that we judge. And by doing that, then naturally, it's almost automatically, we start to feel kindness and compassion for others. So I've met many people, especially at the start of a seminar I'm giving, who are afraid that if they learn how to be compassionate to themselves, it means they'll be more selfish or more self-absorbed. but actually the opposite is true. The more kindness and good-heartedness we show, even to our flaws and limitations and our mistakes, then that translates into being able to understand people that we used to judge, that we used to keep out of our hearts. And this is to me, part of wholeness, which is to learn ultimately on whatever spiritual path we're in, to see how the whole world, like Indra's net, with all the phenomena of the world, with all the beings in the world, are incredibly interconnected. And whatever message and all the facets of that net are like little jewels. And we're one of those jewels on that net. And whatever we're communicating from our heart goes out to all beings and all phenomena on this earth as a message, either of kindness and love, or fear, judgment, and closing our hearts. So self-compassion starts with being kind to ourselves. And the second level of it, which I call healing or confidence, is going very deeply into what happened early in our lives that disconnected us from essence love. And as we start to see and heal that younger part of us who suffered, then we regain that confidence and well-being we were born with. And then the final and the most profound level of self-compassion. So I have these three elements: kindness, confidence, and joy. And the most profound level of self-compassion is to finally clear not only the guilt and regret from our heart, the self-blame that we fight ourselves with all the time, but also to clear our relations with others, to recognize that we've been carrying around anger and old hurts all our lifetime from things that happened in the past. And if we learn how to set them down as if they're heavy burdens we've been carrying, we learn how to just set them down and free our heart from that debris, then it's possible to experience what Buddha called an unshakable freedom of heart. So that's not something I've completely realized yet. So it's going to be a little tricky writing about it for my book. But the nice thing about this book is it's challenging me to learn and to change and to grow and to deepen and to question everything that I used to think was so important in life. And so I don't actually live in Sri Lanka, but sometimes I have that idea. I've been here the last few winters as a way of healing myself, but also a chance to work on my book. And then every winter I give a 1-week retreat on self-compassion. So I have a retreat coming up in a couple of weeks here, starting on the 18th of March at this wonderful spa hotel in the hills above Kandy, and where we explore these themes, but in a very relaxed environment, where we also do body work and movement and breathing to bring all the scattered aspects of our mind and energy home. So
Thank you, Christina. I mean, I think it would be wonderful maybe that if you want to do the guided meditation now and then later we can chat, because I think it's very nice introduction and I already
okay.
feel involved
Okay.
in it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So this guided meditation is called, some people have heard of the practice, especially in the West. A lot of people have studied mindfulness meditation, and so they're familiar with a practice called loving kindness or Maitri. And I've angled this practice in a slightly different way. I call it loving kindness for our difficult aspects. I think you know what those are, but I'm going to introduce it and then guide it. So what we're talking about is the parts of ourselves that we judge, like the part that makes mistakes, or the part that's very selfish, or the part of us that keeps falling prey to anxiety or difficult emotions or bad habits. Some of us are judging our body for not being perfect, or for being chronically ill, or perhaps for the limitations we're experiencing as we get older. and we battle with really difficult emotions like anger or guilt, depression, self-hate, and insecurity. But the more we reject these parts and then beat ourselves up for having them, it just makes us feel worse. So when we judge, we're being unkind. And not judging is kindness. So this meditation helps us to learn how to offer kindness and friendship towards these parts of ourselves we find difficult. I sometimes like to think of these painful feelings that we've been carrying around as if they're long forgotten inner orphans, parts of ourselves that are yearning to finally be seen with understanding, acceptance, and love. Now, at the very start of the meditation, I'm going to invite you to bring alive a memory of a person who showed you kindness or love. That could be just a momentary memory where you felt really seen or cared for. With somebody that you know and love, or even a memory of a stranger's kindness. Some people connect with a feeling of being loved by their pet, or with some aspect of the natural world. And to help us with the meditation, I'm going to propose another possibility, if you like it, if you find it helpful, which is to imagine that there's this presence, a presence of wisdom and pure love in the space in front of you in the form of radiant light. And this presence is totally understanding and accepting you, no matter what. So you're welcome to use whichever approach works best for you, okay? So sometimes we might find a meditation like this a little bit challenging, and that's completely normal. So please don't expect to do it perfectly. However it goes, be gentle with yourself. And you can resolve to continue doing the meditation, and I'll put a recording for downloading it in the chat later on so that you can continue listening to it, so that the changes and the ease with the meditation will come more and more for you. Okay? So the name of this meditation is Loving Kindness for Our Difficult Aspects. So start by just allowing yourself to come into this moment and be present. Imagine that you're pouring your awareness into your body. Let yourself feel the contact your body is making with your chair. And feel how your feet are connected with the earth. Each time as you breathe in and out, you'll even notice there's a natural movement of your chest and belly. And you can establish a noble intention for the meditation with this wish. May I understand and make friends with every part of myself so that I can truly feel worthy of love, and therefore have more understanding and kindness towards all beings. So now bring to mind a person who once showed you kindness or love. Maybe you can remember a simple moment of connection, even from a stranger. And bring this memory alive as if the person is here showing you kindness right now. If it's helpful, you can also imagine that there's a presence of wisdom and pure love in the form of radiant light who's accepting you just as you are. And this radiant love is shining from this presence toward you like warm rays of sunlight. So as you see and feel this warm kindness shining into you, filling you with a sense of well-being and ease, silently repeat this phrase: I see and care for myself. May I be safe. May I feel loved and well. I see and care for myself. May I be safe. May I feel loved and well. And now I invite you to bring to mind a habit or a disturbing emotion that you struggle with. Some aspect of yourself that you find difficult. And imagine that this part is here in front of you. So with a wish to befriend this part of you, your heart silently communicates, I see and care about you. May you be safe. May you feel loved and well. Continue extending loving kindness to this difficult part of you as you repeat, I see and care about you. May you be safe. May you feel loved and well. There also might be parts of your body for which you feel some aversion. So instead of rejecting those imperfections or limitations, be present to your dear body with great kindness as you repeat, I see and care for my body. May I be safe. May I feel loved and well. And if you like, you can tune in again to this dear friend or this presence of wisdom and love as you see and feel that there's loving compassion shining from them and filling your entire body as you repeat, I see and care for my body. May I be safe. May I feel loved and well. You might be aware that there's this critical voice inside that's resistant to feeling love. So see if behind this resistance, you can notice a hidden fear or a painful memory. And offer understanding to this resistant part of you as you repeat, I see and care about you. May you be safe. May you feel loved and well. Imagine now that sometime in the future, in a few weeks or a few months, this difficult emotion has completely dissolved, leaving your heart clear and free. As you silently repeat, I see and care about myself. Now I am safe. I know I am loved and well. I see and care about myself. Now I am safe. I know I am loved and well. Just take a moment now and let these different words and images dissolve, and let your heart and mind remain in a state of spacious ease and well-being. As we conclude now, we can offer the benefit of the meditation with a wish by finding the courage to show acceptance and love to every part of myself. May this free all beings from suffering. And may we all experience the freedom and vast openness of our true nature, which is unconditional love. If your eyes are closed, you're welcome to open them now and come back. And I promise to give you a recording of this meditation. So I have it here in the chat, but I don't know how it's possible to give it to everybody. Do you have an idea?
Thank you, Christine. It's really lovely to have this kind of a beautiful experience to all our viewers as well as the listener. It was a very peaceful meditation, and we look forward to see all this more because it not only embraces your heart with those kind of feelings that you told with kindness and compassion, but much, much more. We have a founder and director, Neil Kumar, with us. Let's take his words and then move forward. Over to you,
Okay.
Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Okay. Alexandra.
Greetings, Christine. You mentioned you wanted to share the recording. So this is a private Zoom room. The actual audience are in the YouTube, Facebook, and website. You can send the recording to Alexandra. She will post it in the social media where we can make so more people can have an advantage of it.
Wonderful.
Thank
Okay, I'll do
you.
that. Yeah.
And now let's bring in Rashid as well and see what he has got lined up for us.
Thank you so much, Christine. So talk to you
Thank
later.
you.
Thanks for joining us.
Okay. Thank you. I
Rashid,
can't stay
please.
because I have to do my guided meditation later. So thank you all very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome, Rashid. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I feel as though the wonderful Christine's done all the work that I possibly might need to do, because she's set out this beautiful path to inner peace and acceptance, which I know the work that you're doing here is all about, this healing work. So it's a real delight to be here. And I just want to say a big thank you. Alexandra, thank you so much for inviting me here today. I usually don't have a backdrop. I was running a leadership course before, so this background is all about helping those people find that light as they move forward in the world, hopefully with peace and compassion. And so I think, I mean, I don't know if you want me to just speak for a while and just to share a little bit about what comes to me, and I want to kind of link to the magical base that Christine has set out. So I'm just for the listeners who might not know me, I'm Rashid Ogunlaru. I'm a coach, speaker, and author of the books The Gift of Inner Success and Soul Trader, Putting the Heart Back into Your Business. And my work is all about helping people move forward in their lives, careers, and their businesses, yes, but to move forward really essentially from the heart, and with heart and with deep compassion. So that thread of compassion has really come through today. And I was saying that everything boils down to love and compassion, or its absence. Everything in life boils down to love and compassion and its absence. And I remember many years ago, when I was writing the book Soul Trader, it may have been about the year, maybe it was about the year 2011 before it's published in 2012. I was speaking to somebody who had been a client of mine who was featured in the book, and we were talking about compassion, which is one of the themes in the book. And he shared with me, said, I never thought that compassion is also something that needs to start within. I never thought compassion is something I could also show with myself, but it needs to begin there. And I think picking up on the wonderful work and that beautiful meditation that Christine shared, I would say that there's a kind of 3-step journey. And Christine herself talked about 3 steps. But if one's really wanting to go on this journey, I'd say there's 3 things in life. First of all, embracing oneself as one is today. And that's what the beautiful meditation was about. Not accepting myself as I might be tomorrow, or might be if I lost some weight or gained some weight, or if I'd gained some more money in my bank account, or whatever it might be. No, if I can embrace myself as I am today, because very often our scorecard on ourselves is very inaccurate. Even our own perception of ourselves is not true, because we tend to focus on what it is that we perceive that we lack, and we very rarely see the magic that we have. So the first stage is to embrace oneself as one is today, including one's doubts and fears and the fact that I might find that difficult. And again, that was the beauty in Christine's wonderful meditation, to embrace myself as I am today, including all those doubts and fears and uncertainties. So that's step 1. Step 2 is to embrace life itself, because all the seasons of life will come. Here in the UK, where I am recording this, here as your guest, meteorological spring has just begun, as it might have done in many other parts of the world where people are watching this. So literally, winter is melting into spring as we speak. And of course, all of the seasons of life will come. Death, birth, growth, it will all come. And sometimes every season of life, literally or metaphorically, can happen in one day. You know, the cells are dying, growth, you know, the cells are being born. There is that in every moment of the day. And sometimes relationships are changing, they're transforming where we are in our life, in our work, and what's going on for ourselves. But we often wrestle with that. So this second step is really embracing life itself and beginning to understand the rhythm of life. So we humans have our own cycles as life has its cycles. So it's about embracing that, you know, really embracing and beginning to see the beauty in all of the seasons, the absolute beauty in all of the seasons, including the ones that we find difficult. I have a saying, you know, what is it that sometimes we win when it is that we lose? Sometimes that even when we lose something, there's a gift that we are given, often insight. You know, how many times have people had relationships and they end and you think at the moment, oh my gosh, that's the worst thing that's happened. 3 weeks later, we think it's the best thing that's happened often. But it happens time and time again, isn't it? So this thing about embracing life, embracing it, holding it tightly, because we are part of life and life is part of us. We are part and parcel of life. We are both part of life and we are the parcel through which life expresses itself. Without ourselves here, we have no experiencing of life. We often forget that. So the two come literally hand in hand, this part parcel, this embracing life itself. Something magical happens in that embracing, that peace, that acceptance, that appreciation for others that, again, Christine was pointing us to beautifully and inviting us to. Wasn't it beautiful how out of her own story, which had such personal tragedy, so much giving and contribution to others, and was born? So the embracing life itself, and then the third bit, which again, Christine pointed us to beautifully, which is the bit that is the ongoing journey of life, which is embracing everyone else. So we've talked about embracing oneself, embracing life itself. Then the third step of the journey is embracing everybody else. And this is where it gets tricky, that we often struggle. This is the ongoing journey, and this is the real practice. This is the true spiritual practice, day in, day out. Because you bet your bottom dollar, you've watched this, enjoyed this wonderful meditation, this beautiful hour of peace. And as soon as we log off or log on to something else, something will happen. We'll spill a cup of tea, the neighbors will ring the door, something will happen, you know, something will disturb that peace. And Alexandra, I can see you wonderfully smiling as you see what I'm saying. It will happen all the time. So really, every day, all of the situations, including the ones that we find most challenging, as Christine invited us to, are actually, that is the actual meditation. That is actually the practice. That is the practice. It's not me sat in a room. It's not me sat in the meditation hall. It's not me being here. We come here to charge ourselves up and to be reminded of that place of peace and to feel it as we deeply did then when we're in that beautiful meditation. But that's the invitation of life. That is the invitation of life, that three-step journey of life, embracing oneself as one is, embracing life itself because we are part and parcel of it, and all the seasons of life will come. That's inevitable. And then embracing everybody else as best we can and being empathetic to their pain, being empathetic to their struggles. And that's, again, what Christine pointed us to beautifully. I don't know if there's anything that you're wanting to say. I love questions. I've spoken for a while. I've just shared, but I love the dance of the discussion.
Thank you so much, Rashid. I know also that you practice something like walking meditation. You go every day for a walk, and then that's where you get your insights and inspiration. Every day you post little quote. I love to read that. That's really very inspiring for me personally. So is this how you take care of your well-being?
I mean, at different times in my life, I've had different kind of ways to do that. I tend to start every day with a little bit of something for mind, body, and spirit. I usually start off with something actually speaking to your field, Alexandra, of I don't do yoga, but I will stretch and move the body and so on, just really something lit for the body. And I do a chakra meditation, a physical chakra meditation. So I go through all of the chakras, starting from the root through to the crown. And that involves wishing everybody well and embracing all the different aspects of life through that. I find that really, really useful, a very alive meditation. And I'll usually go and do something quite dynamic like playing squash or something like that. But for me, it's but I start off even before that with, I like to have this saying that start every day with a large bowl of gratitude. So when I wake up, it sounds cheesy or corny, but I like to first of all be very, very grateful for the fact that I'm here. And with each year, the fact that I'm here, So that gratitude, because of course, gratitude is just the most nourishing food. It is that nourishment. So I like to start there. And these things are so incredibly simple because it means that you're able to start from a space of nourishment and a plenty rather than lack. So for me, it begins there, and it's also important because then it means that you've got the energy to do the work that you're doing. I know so many people who are listening to this program are probably people who are there for others, but you need to make sure that you're really nourished and that you're full and you have that energy in order to be able to do this work. Because particularly in the climate and the times that we're in, that can be incredibly tough, really incredibly tough. So that muscle needs to be very, very, very strong indeed.
Is this what you notice also, like with your clients? I know you have some like big clients. I mean, your partner is a British Library. I don't know if you can have like a bigger partner than that, but like the clients also NHS and many other big companies, small companies, small businesses. Do you notice that people really need more time and more guidance towards that, nourishing themselves maybe more first and then going into the world and bring whatever goodies they
Very, very much so. Because whilst on paper, I'm a life coach and a business coach and a leadership coach. So I do the business coaching work with the British Library. And as you mentioned, I do lots of leadership development and career development for organizations, including the National Health Service, NHS here, and so on. But really, with everybody, the starting point is that wellness. So people often and that self-acceptance and the compassion. So really, I have a saying that coaching is my career, but compassion is my business. Compassion really is the business, and it's the only job in town, as far as I'm concerned. It's the only job in town. It's the thing that it's the starting point. So, for example, just this week, I was starting a leadership program for an organization, a wonderful organization that is related. It's a big charity, a well-known charity in the UK, and it does incredible scientific research as well. But we started off with so much of it is self-awareness, self-acceptance, well-being, being really balanced, because that has to be there in order to be able to do all the stuff that you need to be as a leader. And maybe it's really important to touch on that, particularly in the climate that we're in. Having that compassion in one's heart as a leader is really, really key. I have a saying, and I think it's so appropriate for the world we're in now. Compassion is even more powerful than courage. Sure, with courage, you can conquer the world, but only with compassion can you heal it and can you build it. Where we find ourselves at now will require, in some room, the compassion that will be. And there will be some people in some very big buildings right now who have got compassion, who will be actively using their compassion in order to bring people together. Because anyone can destroy anything and be difficult. I'm talking about in our own lives as well as on the world stage. Anybody can be really difficult or whatever, and so on. That requires no skill, but to be compassionate and empathetic and understand others' pain. And that's the journey we're in. We have to understand the pain of absolutely everybody on the planet. And everybody who we may have perceived may have hurt us or been protecting themselves. We have to arrive at that place, and that's difficult. That requires real work. But there's something immediately transformative when we show up from that place of compassion. We will have all experienced it, when we were going to give a family member a piece of our mind, and then we suddenly paused and we were just kind of a little bit more open, or with a friend. That is immediately transformational. And for me, I love, even when I'm doing the leadership work that I'm doing, bringing that to people's consciousness, because it will always emerge. And the last thing I said about that, Alexandra, which is extraordinary, I'll often be doing all of this work that's technically about leadership or career development and so on. But I'll always end up talking about this stuff of the heart: trust, energy, acceptance, love, flow. And the moment I do, everybody leans forward. The silence, everybody knows what I'm talking about. What is that about? Everybody, universally, it's happened throughout my 20-year career. It's quite an extraordinary thing. So there's the fruit of compassion is so multifold in life, the fruit of compassion. So many things in our lives that we experience day by day will be difficult, this, that. We're in a cost of living crisis of many places in the world. There's all sorts of challenges, but compassion will immediately, by showing up with it, will immediately bear fruit. Immediately there'll be some inner peace, the other person will be a little bit more of understanding, and there is immediate growth. That's one of the very, very few things when one's showing up with heart, there is an immediate impact, and that's quite profound and beautiful.
Thank you so much. So yes, exactly, compassion, and then self-compassion, as Christine started with. So I think it's really wonderful. It's like two wings of the same bird. Thank you. Is there any other question for Rashid? Just to hear from our people who are already on Zoom or on social media.
Do carry on, Alexandra.
Thank you so much. So Rashid, is there any like from your own life, personal life, also like a tip that you can give to the people who really struggle with like confidence, or like what Christine also said, like you just always focus on negative things. I mean, I was now part of some permaculture, natural agriculture workshop, and the leader of the workshop said, like, don't call weed weed. He forbid us to. He said it's just a self-propagating plant. Like, don't talk negatively and don't send this negative energy, you know. And some people started pulling it out and like really being like nasty and negative, and said, no. This is just another plant. Just another plant.
I think my tip would be, very often in life we get caught up, and one of the things that can cause the challenges is this: we get caught up in this duality of even right, wrong, positive, negative, good, bad, and so on. So people can often fear of where to travel. And just like that teacher said, don't call it weed, it's another type of plant. So my tip for people is to, with everything, including the doubts and fears, there's a saying, fight the fear and do it anyway. I have a different view. No, with every single thing, how can I befriend it? How can I befriend the doubt? How can I befriend the fear? What is it telling me? Invariably, it's telling me something that may well be very, very valuable. And that makes this process of real fulfillment so much easier, because when I can just be embracing, including of the doubts and on the uncertainties and the fears, there is an immediate movement. Otherwise, we get caught up in, oh, is this right? Is this wrong? I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to read this book. I need to do that. I find that so many people get caught up in that ongoing trap that somehow something needs to be done. It's more that it needs to be seen and appreciated than something that needs to really be done in that kind of way. It's then about how we emanate and how we breathe and show up with love and compassion to each other. So yeah, thank you so much. And it's a real joy to be here in a space which nurtures that. So I just want to thank you all for inviting me here. It's been a real pleasure being here today.
Rashid, there is a question from South Africa.
Oh, yes.
And Hanifa wants to know that you are famous for become who you are.
Yes.
But before that, number one, why did you think of it? And were you struggling before you became who you are?
Well, that's a beautiful question. Yeah, so some people might know that there's the tagline. In fact, one of the very first things I produced was a thing called, back in the day, this is a CD for anyone who's under a certain age. One of my very first talks was called Become Who You Are. It actually came from when I first was in the field of personal development. I first of all gathered lots of quotes from people, and there was a quote from ironically, Desmond Tutu from South Africa. You're a very special person, become what you are. And then this thing to me, it just came to me that become who you are. And it's a beautiful paradox, because we're always caught in the becoming, and yet we already are who we are. I think for myself, I don't know. I think like many people, I was reluctantly on this journey of finding self. I was too busy. I was trying to make it as a really successful singer. I wanted to be me, achieving this, and this. And I found myself at an event one day for singers, and I met somebody who would soon become my best friend. And he handed me a CD, and it was called Serendipity. And that was a serendipitous act of chance. And then I found myself on this journey of self-discovery. So sometimes that kind of happens. And then I had no interest in this business, but clearly this business of the heart had an interest in me. And that's what happened. And then, and sometimes what happens on this journey is that because it seems as though you've got a choice between two paths, this very set path of I should be this, I need to be better, and then this inner path that we're really talking about here. But sometimes when you walk this inner path, there comes a point where the other path vanishes and here you are with life. So I just found myself here singing a slightly different song, or really the same song as a singer. I still do record, but it's the song of love, peace, joy, and acceptance. Life had, I guess, a different type of singing in mind for me. That's a beautiful question. Thanks, Neil, for sharing that one. I love questions. Questions is how we grow. Questions is the most beautiful thing. Such a beautiful.
There's one more question from Martin in Manchester.
Mm.
And Martin says that he fears when he's talking in public. He's not a public speaker, but because he runs a lot of staff, what tip can you give him to lose that fear so he looks confident when he's talking and that people are listening to him, because you are a motivational speaker?
Yes, you know, Neil, this is so wonderful. You should ask this question, and so ironic. This year, do you know the most common course that I've been asked to run is public speaking of all the courses I run? It's come up a lot. I've run so many already this year. The biggest mistake that people make when it comes to public speaking is we get caught up in me. Oh, me, this fear, da, da. The magic of public speaking, it's all ultimately about the audience. So my tip to Martin would be, first of all, be very clear. Why am I here? Why am I delivering this? What is it that I'm there to put across? Who is my audience? What do they want? And then don't make it a monologue. Make it a dance, bring the audience in. That's why I'm saying I love questions, because I love the dance of this, the interaction, the dance of it, the music of that dance. So focus completely on the audience. If you involve your audience and if you share from your heart, then you will have a good talk, because really your job when you're public speaking is to share something with your audience and for them to have had a good time and feel as though they've learned something. If you've done that, you've done your job. If you haven't, then you failed. So it's all about the audience. Make them feel special, and they are really special, and make it really interactive that way, and enjoy the process. Be yourself. Be yourself, Martin. Don't be anyone else. There's so many different ways of being a great public speaker. Be yourself.
There you are, Martin. A direct answer to you from Rashid. And Martin, I'll give you a tip as well. When you talk to a very large audience, you are talking to your co-workers or your staff, so it's different. It's more official. When you're talking to an impromptu crowd, and if you're on a stage and there is a massive crowd, so 10,000, 20,000, don't be fearful. Don't engage your eyes into the public straight away, because you will get lost. Look up the yonders. And be grateful that God has given you the gift of human beings to listen to. And Rashid said that speak from the heart. When you speak from the heart, you can't go wrong, because you are delivering it from the heart, and trust yourself, because that's why you're chosen to be speaking over there. And nothing to fear unless you are giving exams. So Martin, we hope you enjoyed yourself. It's wonderful to have you here, Rashid. Rashid, stay around. Anakul, our spinal expert surgeon and a very senior person in litigation of national health cases, would like to ask you a question or make a comment. So a global namaste to you, Anakul. Go ahead, unmute yourself before we visit Jeffrey Armstrong in Mexico.
Namaste. Two small questions. Number one, how often are these teachings done in the level of the schools? Because actually many of the people get hardwired over time to behave in a certain way, whether that be public speaking or any other way, and how they react towards themselves. How often are these introduced in schools at any particular age? I don't know many of the teachers. And number two, how do you control emotions when you really want to break down in front of a public?
Really, really interesting. So, I mean, it's really interesting, isn't it, that I mean, there's two types of schools, aren't there? Because there's whatever goes on in our main schools, and then there's how we're schooled in life. Interestingly, when it comes to public speaking, my mother, who had to finish schooling very early, is one of the most impressive speakers that I've ever met. So really, so we will learn in different ways in terms of many of these skills. So many people will know that, isn't it? The one, the aunt, the uncle, this person who's just naturally a really great speaker. I mean, I do think, Annika, you put your finger on so many really interesting questions. I guess part of the challenge with the traditional schooling system is that we may not be taught much about self. We may not be taught actually that much about awareness, about the nature of life itself. And often we're not taught that much about, that self-awareness and that self-love. We're also sadly often not taught many of these, what's often called here in the UK, those softer skills, those communication skills and so on. And they are really, really key and so on. So I'd like to see that more. But I would say to anyone who may or may not have had that, the school of life is then so important. I mean, one of the most incredible people I know is my best friend, and he instead of, a lot of the time he wasn't at school, he was going in walks in nature with his dog, and he's one of the most articulate people. He learned through life, and sometimes necessity is also a really beautiful teacher. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes necessity. It's a bit like, I grew up from a background we didn't have much at all. We were on the poorer side, but financially, but life will really gift you all sorts of stuff. So, and learning through people, who's good at it, because sometimes we may not formally have been given that at school, or we may not formally be given that development, that in an organization or throughout our career. So I think one needs to take charge of that oneself. But life, I have a saying that, and this is probably my favorite saying that came to me of my sayings. If you listen quietly enough, life will whisper its secrets to you. If you listen quietly enough, life will speak to you, it will whisper its secrets to you. So and very often what people haven't tuned into, and you point to it, is their own inner voice, the inner tuition, the inner tuition. There might be the outer guru, the inner guru, the inner tuition, the listening to that inner voice. That's the voice that really needs to be listened to. That will teach us magical stuff, and the voice, of course, of life itself, whatever label we want to put around that. So Annika, that's a really good question.
Thank you, Rashid. Rashid, maybe we'll have you back on integrated health episode, where maybe we can give a bit of a different perspective that how you can avoid necessarily medicines if you haven't got medical condition or something. We'll have Anakul over there as well. He's our resident senior panelist as well. We need to visit to Mexico now, where another great motivational speaker and a mentor and a public speaker is there, Jeffrey Armstrong. And say hello to Jeffrey Armstrong, everybody. He has written many books. He conducts lots and lots of mentoring, coaching, and retreats as well, and deals with small and large crowd, as large as you get. That's none other than our Jeffrey Armstrong, Kavindra Rishi, as he's known as well with his Sanskrit name over there. Amrita, let's welcome Jeffrey. Jeffrey, global namaste. Are you in Mexico right now?
Global namaste.
Jeffrey, you are muted at the moment. The sound at your end, although it's on, needs to be propagated. Yes, Sandy is doing the work. Try again, Sandy. Sandy, let me mute you, then you unmute again, okay? Okay, Sandy, unmute yourself now. Maybe it will work. You're using a Bluetooth with Jeffrey. Jeffrey, Jeffrey, can you speak? Jeffrey, can you hear me? Wave your hand, Jeffrey, if you can hear me. Yes, he can hear me. He's miming that he can hear me, but can you hear me? He's asking. No, Jeffrey, we can't hear you. Yeah, you are, although you are unmuted, you are muted from the sound because I think you're using a Bluetooth to speak. Maybe Sandy, the other camera might work where you are on. The Vasa one might work. So we're going to sort the sound out. So Rashid, as mentioning, Jeffrey Armstrong has written so many books. He's very popular. And he started his journey quite young and then love the Indian Vedic knowledge as well, and very popular. I think they are doing a retreat at the moment, and Sandy is trying to sort the sound out. We can hear that. And Anukul, thank you for posing that question. Yeah. Maybe if you unmute this one, yes, Sandy, if you can unmute yours and Jeffrey can speak maybe through there. Yeah, unmute this one. Unmute the one I'm prompting to. Yes.
Got it?
Yeah, Sandy, I
All
can
right.
hear you. Jeffrey, maybe.
All right. We'll switch over to Jeffrey on this one.
Yes. And if you landscape it, Sandy.
Namaste.
Yes, namaste. We can hear you now.
Wonderful.
I'll bring you
It's
on a spotlight.
it's always a joy to see you and hear you and all the beautiful work that you're introducing into the world. So we're here in Tulum, Mexico, and we're having a retreat with a dozen of our students. And there they are.
Wonderful. Namaste, global namaste to you. And Jeffrey, earlier you were chanting, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, and all the stuff, and everybody was there. We could feel the vibes because Sandy shared the Facebook to us. And it's so nice. Everybody is happy. They're smiling. So, Jeffrey, you are doing your magic there as well.
Well, I wouldn't call it my magic, but I would say that as a carrier of the magic of the Vedic Vidya,
Jeffrey,
it is
just
my
one
honor.
moment. One moment. Sandy, the video is lopsided in your hand on your camera. If you flip it, and if you make it landscape
He
too.
wants it horizontal.
Sideways.
There you are. Yes, perfect. Keep it like that now. Now we've got both the cameras on. We've got the crowd and Jeffrey smiling there. Jeffrey, over to you. Take it away and hit us with wonderful spiritual vibes that you always.
Cover some of the topics we've been talking about.
I think the place where I'll begin, aside from Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara,
Guru Sakshat Para Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
Hopefully it is not Jeffrey Armstrong speaking. It is Kavindra Rishi in the seva of the gurus and acharyas of Bharat, of the great culture that gave us the Vedic Vidya. It is my hope that I am able to be a messenger and carrier for that. And that is what I have dedicated my life to for the last 28 years of my life, full time. It is somehow bringing into the world the knowledge of who we really are. It is the self-actualizing who we are really that is the great secret of the Vedas.
Why don't you share with people what we've been learning at the retreat?
Well, we've been learning Vedanta, but let's call it Vedanta in a bathing suit. We're in Tulum, Mexico. We're at a luxurious resort, but we're not drinking, smoking,
I hope not.
messing around, none of those things at all. We're here explaining the beauty that all of us are so intoxicated by and should be, because the world is a miracle. It's amazing. But we also see that it is temporary. And this paradox is what the Veda is all about. Why is the temporary inviting us to the party and then letting us down? And then the party ends too soon. And who are we really? And is this, since it's temporary, is this where we're from? No. Is this where we can stay? No, it appears not. So what has happened in recent times? I have a playful way of saying this, is that the British, during the era of colonization, went to Bharat, went to India, and stole Lakshmi and brought her back to England. And sad to say, she's still there in museums. I hope they'll get honest someday soon and apologize and send her back where she belongs. But anyway, they stole Lakshmi. Well, what they didn't know is wherever Lakshmi goes, Vishnu follows. They're inseparable. And this is one of the great secrets of the Vedic Dharma, of the Vedic culture, is the Shakti and Shaktiman of the original source of these masculine and feminine bodies that we're cruising around in that are not us. There are auto. They tell us what we ought to do.
So we've been learning all about the automobile, our Ayurvedic body types, and the gunas and the doshas and how they affect each of us. We've been learning what our body types are.
Mm.
And then Jeffrey explained how they're linked to the planets, Vata Pitta Kapha, and how you can see the body type, excuse me, in the charts. And so today we're having another Vedic astrology lesson to go deeper into the subject. So it's quite a broad based relationship, not a relation, seminar. It is a broad based relationship.
Yes, it is. And we're moving into the next stage. I would like to call it the Vedic Sanatan Dharma Renaissance. This knowledge, what I was saying was that when the British were there, it was badly distorted coming into English, but at least it came in. I don't know if you are aware of the American transcendentalist, so-called, but transcendental is a misleading English word that's supposed to be representing Brahman without saying Brahman, meaning beyond the limitations of matter, there's something else. Ralph Waldo Emerson, the famous author from eastern seaboard of the United States, actually read a translation of the Bhagavad Gita, became totally influenced by it, quit being a Unitarian minister, which he and his father had been, and started representing the Vedic Vidya. In a very interesting way, that was its beginning of seeping into the English language in the way that we see it now, becoming the yoga movement. So the next stage of the yoga movement is if we learn how to live in our body in a balanced way, that is, and this is the punchline on what I said about Vishnu and Lakshmi. So they stole Lakshmi. Vishnu came to get her back, and he brought Ashtanga Yoga. Who needs Ashtanga Yoga the most? Those in the most complicated body. Which body is more complicated, the masculine or the feminine? Duh, the feminine. She's the one that makes another human being. Are you kidding? So Ashtanga Yoga was taught to everyone, but especially the feminine. It allowed them to inhabit their more sophisticated body with dignity and elan and healthy and sophisticated. But the secret of yoga is none of us are the body we're in. It's our karana in Sanskrit, which means, folks, it's our car.
And our karma.
Comes in the car. You know, you remember the old song, she's real fine, my material mind. Shut up, shut up, shut up, material mind. Oh, wait, that was another song.
Was another era, Jeffrey.
Another era, indeed, which I lived through. But the point here is we're at the next stage of the Vedic Renaissance. And that is Jivara Swarupaya Niter Krishna Das. All of us are Jiva Atmas in spite of whatever body we may be inhabiting. All of us are meant to have a direct relationship with Bhagavan, with Sri Krishna, with the ultimate reality, and to understand the devas and devis who are conducting the affairs of this material realm, and to make friendships with them. Not to see them as the ultimate, but to see them for what they are. Saraswati and Brahma, the creative couple, Shiva and Durga, the natural and ultimately entropic couple, and Vishnu and Lakshmi, the balance point that we all need to seek in order to live here with dignity. So this important Vedic Vidya is the next scientific technology to change the way we live on this planet. And I know that's a great interest of yours, as it is of ours. Her name is Mata Bhumi, isn't it? And what do we call the soil in which we grow our food? Humus. Could be Sanskrit, huh? And what are we called? Human. Why? Because we're made of humus, aren't we? Well,
5 elements.
yeah, 5 elements, earth, water, fire, etc. And so Mata Bhumi is our next seva. Yoga and all of its benefits, the perfection of our embodiment through Ashtanga Yoga, the Jnana Yoga, the knowledge that I'm sharing throughout the world, the Bhakti Yoga, the emotion that is also part of that being, and who we truly are as immortal beings undergoing an amazing process of learning here in what I call the university. We're here to get a PhD, to graduate, and eventually go back. But in the meantime, share what we've been given from the various gurus and acharyas, live it, personify it, and share it with others when they're ready. Love what you're doing. Thank you for having us on and letting us contribute a little bit from where we are in Tulum, Mexico. It's muy bueno.
Well, we all took time from our busy lives to learn more about the Vedic Vidya. Thank you for having us on, everybody. Sorry the connection's not great. Jai, Jai.
Hey.
Hey, namaste. Beautiful to have you with us from busy Mexico. And it's just lovely to hear all about the wonderful things that Vedic Vidya actually means, from neti neti, which is not this, not that, to actually enabling ourselves to realize that we're not the body, we're not even the mind, we're not even the emotions, but we are that immortal nature. We are that immortal Atma, the Jeev Atma, which connects back to Param Atma. And that is the nature of why we're here. Also, as the spacesuit, to be able to survive on Matrabhumi, we need to be in a spacesuit. And this body serves that purpose. And the body is made up of the 5 elements. So by enabling ourselves to have a way to survive, to have a way that we can do our karmas on this planet in a way that we can serve those duties, those senses, which enable us to really connect further. And it's not just about doing our duty, but I believe it's about bringing together all 4 areas of yoga, which is bhakti, the connection, not just with Paramatma, but with each other as humanity on Matrabhumi. That's number 1. Number 2 is karma yoga, which is the duty sense. Number 3 is the Raja Yoga, the Ashtanga Yoga, the connection that we form when we come back to our center point. We're not too far over to the left, we're not too far over to the right, but we are balanced and we are centered. And how do we achieve that? Is through the pranayama, it's through the asanas, which enable this to happen. And also, when we go through Ashtanga Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, we've also got Jnana Yoga, and Jnana Yoga with Bhakti Yoga is where the magic is, because not only now are we actually thinking about this in terms of airy-fairy language, because it's not airy-fairy language, but it's actually got a very serious, in-depth meaning. And when we can start to decipher the different layers of yoga, when we can start to look at things from a 360-degree bird's eye view, we realize that we're not this body. We're not this mind, we're not the emotions. So then what are we? Where does this actually lead to? Well, it leads to recognizing the divinity within us, because when we are truly happy within, we shine our lights. And when we shine our lights, those around us also get inspired. Those around us also become happy. And the happiness of others is where our happiness lies as well. It reminds me of the aspect of anusandhana. Now, anusandhana is nothing more but an inward introspection, into who we truly are, moment to moment, as we're going through life, because yoga and meditation isn't just what happens in the mat. It's not just what happens in your yoga room, but it's how you take those actions forward, moment to moment. It's how you carry yourself. It's how you enliven that spirit within you. And it's also how you form that connection with something bigger than life. It's also how you help humanity to grow, starting with your family, then going out to society, and then helping the world, helping Matrubhumi. And that could be through projects such as Save Soil and really nurturing Matrubhumi, or it can even be through a more pranic energy. And last Sunday, we spoke about Tai Chi and Qigong. And that, again, is another really important aspect because it's not just embodying the prana, but it's what we do with that prana. How do we use that prana to influence others? How do we really enable ourselves to grow through those projects? How do we really enable ourselves to connect? And that really is the beauty of it as well. I'd like to welcome my co-host, Alexandra Hallwood. A global namaste to you. It's lovely to connect. How are you doing?
Thank you so much. Oh my God, Matt, like you gave us like so much information, but not just information, I think also like transmission after Jeffrey coming, like you coming now and just making such a summary of like of ancient civilization and spirituality and science in a couple of minutes. I'm like really amazed. Thank you so much, really. It's very inspiring. I will have to think about all what you said. There was a question, I think, just the part of the question that Dr. Nukul asked about how not to be overwhelmed by emotions, I think, when you want to speak. Maybe because I know Rashid has to go immediately, if we can just
Yes,
answer
absolutely. We can take the question now.
or anything. And I think that's really also coming together exactly what you talk about, really. No, Rashid?
Wonderful. So thank you, first of all, for the question. I think that's a really beautiful question to have. So when we look at stress and how yoga and meditation can help filling the gaps in medicine, what we're really starting to do is look at how we can slow down our thoughts and the connection between our thoughts and our breath and our physical body is the real beauty of it, because whatever we're actually thinking in our mind, let's call that the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is connected to the emotional cortex, which is responsible for the speed of thoughts that we have. So anytime that we have these racing thoughts that we're feeling, that we're actually holding on to those emotions, so we may well be experiencing that mental tension, that physical energy, and it's getting trapped into our bodies. It's moving down into the bloodstream. The hormones themselves are actually dissipating themselves into our bloodstream, and that's where the stress is coming from. So overwhelm, I would ask you specifically to focus on where is that overwhelm coming from? Is it a sense of a physical stressor, i.e., are you sleeping okay? Is it your hunger? Is it your thirst? What is it specifically? And then look at how are your thoughts and how are your emotions affecting it? And I have a two-pronged test for that. And the way that I look at that is this thought that I am thinking helpful or is it unhelpful? If it's unhelpful, is there anything that I can do about it? If there is, let me take that step. And then once I've taken that step, I take that step in three perspectives. One, get positive. B, get creative. And C, get going. Because when we're positive, automatically what we start to do is to transform those emotions. So once what would have actually caused us stress, what would have caused us overwhelm, then we're able to deal with that. We're able to see that from the 360-degree bird's eye view point, and then to be able to decipher what that is. And a lot of the times, this is where karma yoga comes into it. It's a sense of duty. It's not a sense of actually focusing on the outcome, of focusing on what to achieve as a result of doing your duty, but it's about doing your duty wholeheartedly, working within humanity. And a lot of the times, that's what we do moment to moment. But how can we actually transform that a little bit? How can we do it where, from a sense of really just letting go of our egos, letting go of our sense of holding on to something because we want to achieve something? No, Let's calm down. Let's forget about the actual end goal and let's focus on the process. And when we can make that process transformative, we move on to the next point. And that is really about connecting with ourselves, with humanity, with the world around us, and also with nature. And a beautiful thing that I will leave you on here as well is when we look at breathing, we look at tiger breathing, we look at rabbit breathing, we look at dog breathing. But what is all of this really a reminder of? All of this is stuff that we see in nature. Even when we're doing certain asanas, like the tree pose, for example, even when we're doing the cat-dog positions, it enables us to think deeper. That connection that we have with our pets, that connection that we have with nature. Imagine, I can see you've got a beautiful background where you've got trees and you've got the sky and you've got a beautiful still see. I wonder where you are actually at that stage. It's just magical to see the setting that you put yourself in. But that's the point, is to come back to connecting with nature. Because when we connect with nature, we also connect with the 5 elements within us. Because we're all made up of those 5 elements.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I wonder if I might be able to just share a beautiful, thank you so much for that, Amrita. I thought it was really beautiful and how it segued beautifully from what Jeffrey was sharing. Because, and I love that lovely moment where you segued into why we have this spacesuit, this spacesuit that we're in. When we realize, and it's evident, we try and hide from it, the impermanence of life. That suddenly is a moment of, okay, I can suddenly breathe and realize that everything is it's impermanent. So I'm in this suit, but it's impermanent. It's constantly changing throughout my experiencing of life. When it comes to lots of the stuff about the emotions, it's so interesting, isn't it? A friend of mine, and many people have said it, isn't it? Our emotions happening to us or through it. We're experiencing it, isn't it? And the beauty, the invitation of yoga and so on is through the breathing for us, that stillness. So when it comes to this stuff about all the emotion, when I can, peace of mind, I am saying that peace of mind comes when we come to peace with the contents of our mind. So when I can just say, okay, all this content, there's just all of this content of my mind, and arrive at a place where I'm actually accepting of it. Okay, some of it I might like more than the rest of it. That is very transformational because I can just see that. And that point that you made about, really, often I get caught up in, okay, my ego and my perspective on how I feel it should be somehow different to how it is. But when I can come to peace with the contents of my mind and I realize that my mind is just full of all sorts of content, then there's a possibility of that kind of shift that invites us back to the body, but not from a stress point, but from a far more at peace, and then to far more at ease and far more acceptance and gratitude and acceptance of all of that. Okay, here I am. Okay, I do like this, I don't like that, but that's just the dance of thought.
Okay, think about it in a particular way, right? So the human body is really just armor, but it's armor that we need to be able to survive on this planet. But yet when it comes to our emotions, a lot of us are holding armor, even our own emotions. And sometimes it's just about removing that armor and letting it go. We hold on so tightly to these emotions, but sometimes notice how much tension that's actually causing in my fist right now because I'm holding on to it. But all I have to do is just release and open. And that releasing and that openness is saying, I'm ready to connect. I'm not going to try and control the situation that I'm in. I'm not going to even try and control my emotions. There's going to be moments where I'm having up days and down days. There's going to be moments where I'm going to be having those positive moments and there's negative moments, because at the end of the day, I am human. And that is a hummus experience. It's a human experience. So by letting go of that armor, we're actually just being vulnerable to share. And it's that vulnerability. It's not that perfectionist trying to control everything, but it's that vulnerability that enables us to connect. Dr. Uncle, go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly the question I had, was that I was in the army before, and I've seen lots of other things as well. And one of the things I've seen is huge amount of human devastation, people moving from place to place, many people killed, human bodies all over the place, dogs eating human bodies, and a whole lot of other. It's not a very pleasant world. And I've seen the same thing being perpetuated many, many times over. And when I was recently visiting one of my temples in India, and I was trying to inaugurate it, and they advised me to give a talk on what do you expect of this thing. And I really broke down simply because I was seeing exactly the same thing being perpetuated. And I was finding it very difficult to sort of say that I know what's going on. I know how the things are being taken over and how the things are going in a very bad way. And I just do not know how to sort of convey my message. There was a big, huge amount of message I had prepared mentally. But once I was in there, I broke down simply because it was impossible to take the whole set of emotions in my hand and let it go. So when you said letting it go, fundamentally it was my emotions that I was thinking of so much going on, and very difficult to convey all that negative things that is happening around you as a part of your life and say that let it go on. And that is where I think, of course, it's easy to control over a period of time. Maybe 2 3 minutes, 5 or 5 minutes down the line, you can control it and pass it on. But in reality, it is that's the reason I wanted to ask Rashid was how in public speaking you can control your emotions under such difficult things. Having been in the army, there's no problem. We know how to handle it. But when it comes to talking to people who have come to a, say, a religious gathering or collection, um, trying to pass the message of Vedic knowledge is not an easy process, because you know that actually in reality people are far 180 degrees opposite to what's going on. So that's why I wanted to ask Rashid, how do you control emotions if at all you're very emotional? I have the same situation when it comes to patients, because I have patients who have come from various parts of the world, people who are sort of feel paralyzed, because I've seen mothers who are paralyzed, can't even move their arms just because they saw their son or daughters being shot in front of them, and their head blown off to pieces. And they are paralyzed just because, not because they are actually paralyzed, but they emotionally they are so gone that they can't move their limbs. And I said, and then of course that's at a very emotional point. And same thing happens to many other patients who have had very, very bad experiences, and their life is devastated, and they manifest themselves with various kind of physical symptoms.
Thank
And
you,
that makes you feel
Anukul.
very emotional. Yep.
Anukul,
Dr.
thank
Anko,
you.
I
A
think
very
that is
good
a beautiful
question.
point.
And Vidhi, one moment. Anukul, thank you. Very good question.
Yes.
Rashid, keep an answer ready. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes. So we started going to Sri Lanka, then we came to UK, then we went to Mexico. We lost a bit of connection there. Now, as what we do in Healing Our Earth, we take every continent. Let's go to Kenya, where Vasanti is actually going to do a demonstration. She's got very good following. Vasanti has a yoga training section. She does work for the community. But more importantly, she also does retreat in Kenya. Very, very exciting. That includes rafting, safari, beach, yoga. So Alexandra, Riddhi, Amrita, say hello to Vasanti. We welcome her. Rashid, say hello to
Global
Vasanti.
namaste.
Global namaste to you.
We have
Nice
to
to
connect,
meet you.
Vasanti. We have to connect.
It's
So we will
beautiful to
connect
have
your
you with
Very
us,
good to connect.
Vasanti. What part
Yes,
of Kenya are you in?
yes. Thank you so
Mombasa.
much. It's also good to connect. Yes.
He's mainly from Mombasa. So in about 20 minutes, we come back and chit chat with Vasanti as well. Keep your question ready. Rashid, keep a short answer ready for Anakul, that how do you deliver Vedic knowledge and or to a different audience, apart from the military where he was there in the army. So it's a different way of attracting people and delivering question. Riddhi, keep your comment also ready. Let's move over to Vasanti. Vasanti, Jambo in Kenya, and global namaste to you.
Global namaste to everyone connecting or from all over, and Jambo sana. Habari gani?
Habari mazuri tu, unaendelea kabisa.
Asante sana. Very good. Thank you. Asante sana.
So our Kenyan people are enjoying, because when we talk Kiswahili, they love it. But I will not speak too much because Vasanti is in a very good zone in Mombasa. So Vasanti, what have you got lined up for us? And then after 15 minutes or so, we will chit chat with you, okay?
Okay. So we have today mobility, flexibility. You know, in today's day and age, we need to keep our joints mobile just to keep us going independent. Yeah, we don't want to be dependent on anyone. So today is just a mobility flow. So I hope we are all ready to begin. Let's join the palms together at the heart center. We close our eyes and we start to calm the mind, the body. Before we begin, we start to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Connect your breath. Let go of whatever you're thinking right now. Just be present in this moment. Feel your body, feel your breath. Taking a nice deep inhale. And a nice, long, slow exhale. Letting it go, relaxing, grounding into this presence. We breathe in for 3 ohms. Inhale. Before we begin our practice, we start with an intention we want to set for this practice. So bow your head, set whatever intention you want, those joining with me. Whatever it is you want to achieve, whatever it is you want to give to someone, keep it in your mind and we slowly open the eyes. Right, let's begin to lie on the back, on the spine, and we start our warm-up. So we all lie down and we bring the legs up. Straighten the legs, we bend the knees and we straighten the knees. Very good for your knee joints. Let's go. Down and up. 1, down and up. 2, down. Just waking up these muscles at the back, lubricating these joints. So just down and up. Down and up. 7, down. 8, down. 9, down and 10. Very good. Nice. And now from there, we open the legs and we close the legs. So warming up the inner thigh muscles, the hip joints, the groin muscles, opening as far as you can. Remember to listen to your bodies. Remember to respect your limits. Do whatever you can. Opening, closing. Open, 6. Open, 7. Open, 8. Open, 9. Open and 10. Very good. We stay open and now we bring the feet together and we open. We bring the feet together. We keep the knees wide. We bring them together. We open. We bend. We straighten. We bend. We straighten. We bend. We straighten. Let's do it. Stay strong. Let's do it. 3 more. Bend. Straighten, just warming up different muscles before we begin. And that's it. Very good. Now bring your feet, legs together, bend, and we open the knees and we circle round. Show you from the front. We open, we circle, warming, lubricating the hip joints. Open and close. Remember, a warm-up is very, very important before we begin any exercise. Let's change the direction. You have to start your warm-up, whether it's walking, running, whatever, yoga, whatever you are doing, a warming is very important. Nice. 1 more and we come back to the center. Good. And now drop your knees to the right side, turn your head to the left side, just to stretch the back muscles there, come back center, change direction, drop your knees to the left, head to the right side, stretching the spine. And we come back to the center. Now rock and roll to come up. And we come on our hands and knees. Right. Spread your fingers wide, bring your hands underneath your shoulders. For cat and cow, we breathe in, we drop the belly. We exhale, we lift the belly, we round the spine. Inhale to drop, look up, exhale to round. This is also very good for your thyroid gland. The thyroid is the most important gland in our body. It's responsible for our metabolism. Exhale. We inhale. Remember, your movements should coordinate, should synchronize with your breath. Inhale and exhale. Nice. And now we circle it round. So give me big circles with the hips and with the spine. Releasing any built-in tension from the spine. And we change direction, other side. If you are in a cold country, you might need a bit more time to warm your body, your muscles, your joints. If you're in a warm place like me, you don't need much time. Okay, we come back to center. Now we extend the right leg and just press the heel down. We stretch those ankles, the toes, the Achilles, the calf muscles. So bring your toes forward and press the heel down. Let the heel go towards the floor. And now we stay there. Just breathe in and out into those muscles. Good. And we come back. Change leg. Left leg goes back. Push the heel towards the floor. Heel towards the floor. Feel those muscles. Be present in your body. Stay there. Just there. Breathe in and out. Deep breaths are very important. And we come back. Very good. Nice. And now we warm up the quad muscles. So we're going to sit back. Hands come up. And we come up. Squeeze those glute muscles. Push your pelvis forward. Go down and come up. Go down and come up. Go down and come up. We're also warming the hands here. Down and up. Warming the shoulders. Down and up. Down and up. And one more. Down and up. Very good. Come back into tabletop. We turn the palms upwards. Warm those wrist muscles. Open and close your fingers. We turn the fingers back. Push back to stretch the inner palms, the inner lower arms. Good. And we turn the fingers from inside. Push back. Again, please listen to your body. Do what your body allows you. And we come back. Sit in your Vajrasana. This is a very good position for digestion. Bring your hands forward. And we circle the wrists round. Change direction. Up and down. We open and close. And shake those hands out. Nice, good. And now we start with our shoulder mobility. We're going to take the right hand all the way up and down, from down, all the way up and bring it down. So keep your hand next to your body. Try not to go away from your body. So we get the full range of motion. Okay, let's go. And down. So we inhale, we exhale, we inhale, we exhale. Breathe in, breathe out. Keep your hands straight, keep your fingers spread wide. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Inhale, exhale. One more. Inhale, exhale. Feel the whole shoulder joint opening, and we change. Left hand, breathe in, breathe out. Inhale, exhale. Your range of motion. If you don't move it, you lose it. You don't want your joints to freeze. Therefore, you have to open them and move them in your maximum range. Again, synchronize your movements with your breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Very good, nice. And now we're going to take the right leg. We go across, behind, and we push down. We're going to really push backwards and then bring the leg to the side in line with your hip and again push back. Come forward. So this is just dynamic movements. Dynamic movements are very good for opening the joints, for flexibility, rather than just staying in one position statically and holding and staying there. So this is a very good way to start. And then with every count, with every repetition, we can increase. We go deeper and deeper in our movements. And last one here. Go down, go back, go down. We stay here, just hold and we breathe wherever you are. Doesn't matter. The shape doesn't matter. Just stay and breathe. Feel your stretch, feel wherever you're feeling, and let your energy, awareness flow into that area. We come back, bring the leg to the side. We push, we go back down, and we stay, we breathe. Feel the groin, feel the inner thighs, and send deep breaths. Remember your joints, your muscles only open with your breath. Your breath is your magic tool. And we come back. Nice. So we stay on that side. Now we bend the leg. Again, align your foot to your knee. Yeah, we're going to push it forward and back. So we breathe in here, we breathe out as we lunge. Remember to keep the knee just above the toes. Don't let the knee collapse inwards or go outwards. Keep it above your toes and feel the inner thigh muscles, feel those glute muscles. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Again, inhale, exhale with a smile. Inhale, exhale. Smiling relaxes all the muscles. Now we stay there and we keep breathing. 1, 2 deep breaths. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Good. Now we bring the right hand down. You can bring the hand on a block or on the floor. We take the left hand over the head. We stay here. If you're able to push, 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 and straighten this right leg, do so as far as you can go. Inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, and exhaling. We come back. Right, and we change the side now. We go for the left leg. Let's extend the left leg. We take it across. Push back to the side and push back. Take it behind, push back to the side and push back. Remember to listen to your body. Remember to breathe. Remind yourself of the presence. It's all about mind and body connection. Yoga is the union of the mind and body. So stay connected with your mind, your body, and your breath. We stay behind, we breathe here. Nice, long, deep breaths. In and out. And then we come back. Bring the leg to the side, we push back And we stay here. And we come back. Great job. Right, and now we bring the right leg forward, have something underneath your knee. If you have a hard floor like mine, bring your right leg forward and bring your hands behind your head. Okay, now we are going to breathe in here. We breathe out, we bring the left elbow to the right knee. Come back, inhale, straighten the leg, straight spine, we lower down, exhale. We breathe in, we lunge forward, breathe out, connect elbow to knee, inhale, exhale, lower into this half split with a straight spine, inhale, exhale, lunge, push your hip as much as you can, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, feel the hip flexors, inhale, exhale, feel the hamstrings, breathe in, breathe out, keep the elbows wide, breathe out, and last one, inhale, exhale, we hold it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, come back, breathe in, breathe out, half split, and we hold it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nice, and we come back. Drop the hands down, bring your hands inside your legs, lift your back foot up. Yeah, what we're going to do now, we're just simply rotating. We lift the toes up, the heel stays on the ground, we turn, and we turn. Inhale here, exhale here. Drop your hip towards the floor and come on the outside of your left foot. Inhale, exhale. We feel a very good stretch outside the left hip. Inhale, exhale. And also the right hip joint. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, and exhale. We stay here, continue breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Come back, drop your left knee down. And now take your right hand, just twist your spine and feel the mid-back opening, thoracic spine opening. Take your hand as far behind as it can go. And we come back. Great, let's do it on the other side. So bring your left leg forward, hands behind your head, elbows spread wide, activate your core. Breathe in, breathe out, lunge forward and bring your right elbow to your knee. Inhale, exhale, lower down, inhale, exhale, push forward with your hip, inhale, exhale, synchronize your movements with your breathing, feel the hip flexors here, inhale, exhale, feel the hamstrings here, inhale, exhale, again your full range of motion, exhale, listen to your body, that's very important, exhale, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, keep your spine straight as you go forward, inhale, keep your core tight, engage the core muscles, pull the navel in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. And last one, inhale, exhale, stay here and just breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Come back, inhale, and exhale. Stay here, breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Great job. Bring your hands down inside the leg, and lift your right leg up. Now we press into the heel, lift the toes, and we turn. Bring your right hip towards the floor and lift it back up. Breathe in here, breathe out there. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Remember, your breathing is very important. When you breathe, how you breathe is very important. Exhale, inhale, exhale, and one more. Inhale, and we stay there. Breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Come back, drop your right knee down, and left hand goes over. Take it behind. Keep pushing your hip forward. Keep turning your spine. Breathing in, creating space in your body. Breathing out, turning, twisting into that space you create with your own breath. Your breath will allow you to go further and further. And we come back. Right. And now we come into our Vajrasana. Interlace those fingers behind, open through the chest, to your heart space. Connect to the universe. Breathe in this breath. Breathe in this prana. Expand your front ribs. Release, interlace forward, round your spine. Push your hands forward as much as they can go. And then lift your hands up, lengthening through the spine. Up, 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 up. And release. Take your right hand to the left, stretch the shoulders. Take it back, stretch the triceps, the front of your armpit. And change. Take your left hand, turn your body to your right, turn your head to the left. Stretch the back of the shoulder and then take it back. Stretch those triceps. And come back. Nice. Roll your shoulders. Round again. Full range. Breathing in when you go. Lift them up. Exhale when they come down. And we change direction. Other side. Nice. Good. And now we come into our sitting. And we finish. With a big, big smile, join your palms together at the heart center. Take a deep breath in, close your eyes. Exhale through your mouth, letting it all go. Again, take a deep breath in through your nose. Exhale, let it go through your mouth. And now we finish with the mantra of peace and one Om. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Inhale for Om. Breathe in. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Shanti indeed, Vasanti.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Neilji.
How timely, how disciplined you are. You always observe time. You always
Yes.
come with nice, exciting, simple yet easy to take home because anybody can generally follow. And it's so
Yes.
wonderful. So Vasanti, first I want you to say hello again to Alexandra. She is in Croatia.
Hi, Alexandra. Global Namaste once again. So nice to connect to you. And I'm looking forward to connecting for more retreats with you. Yeah.
Like,
And
look, we are all
Alexandra,
coordinated in blue. Isn't it fun? Like serendipity, as Rashid says. We are all
yes.
yoga teachers.
Oh, yeah.
Even I'm wearing a blue shirt.
Exactly.
Paula is wearing a blue top. Alexandra, so it was all planned here so that we bring
Oh,
a bit
yes.
of masculine color as well in all this feminine dominated earth, where women actually dominate with empowerment. So Vasanti, Alexandra is a co-producer of this episode as well, together with Riddhi. Riddhi leads
Okay.
the yoga and meditation episodes.
Mhm.
And you are going to connect, as agreed privately, that we're going to have a Zoom conversation with retreats.
Yeah.
Amrita will soon be in touch with you. She
Yeah.
is listening to us. She's just doing an offline project at the moment. She will connect to us in a moment.
Yeah,
And
no problem.
just before, because Paula is in Croatia, I mean, she's actually the founder director of Vida Yoga there in Zagreb. She's from Zagreb, but she loves as well. And Alexandra and Paula are friends as well. They know each other. So Alexandra will tell us a bit more about her. But the nice thing is, the exotic part of Africa, East Africa, particularly Kenya and Mombasa, where you are, and the
Yes, yes.
rafting and the goma and the dancing and the jungle and the
Wildlife. Yeah.
barbecues and all the things that you organize are exact kind of thing that we will explore. And
Yeah.
Alexandra, Amrita, we'll all have a chat on that. So it's nice that you're meeting live. We'll include Paula as well at some point because she's in the yoga field as well. Rashid can join. I'm just going to bring quick hello to Rashid over here. He's a mentor and a coach as well. And
Hi, Rashid.
Thank you,
Rashid, say
Vasanti.
hello to Vasanti in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Vasanti. It's wonderful to see that very, very beautiful, heartful yoga session. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Rashid.
And Rashid, if ever you want any online help from Vasanti for your audience, or Alexandra or Paula, just connect to Healing Our Earth. You can connect via Alexandra. She's connected with everybody, myself or Amrita. And online, if it's not for profit, then we help out each other.
Yeah.
If it's
No
a monetizing project, then it's not done on healing, but it's done privately. Again, you can cross-sell your services with each other, or your products, or your facilities. So this is a nice network we do at Healing Our Earth. We are all for a same mind, set to bring love, harmony, unity, liberty, education on a free global online episodes over here. So we come back to you in a moment over here. Vasanti, thank you very much.
Thank you, PMG.
If you can stay around, let's listen to what Paula has got lined up for us. And Alexandra, over to you in Croatia.
Thank you so much, Neil. But I think Rashid needs to rush out because he really was like but he really still wants to answer the question that he got, if it's possible, Paula, just before we start. Rashid needs to answer just half a question that was still left unanswered. Rashid, do you want to do that? So if you need to go, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And it's been wonderful to be with you all today. I was going to rush off, but then I was just enjoying each particular stage along the journey. I was enjoying all of that. Annika, I thought it was really profound when you added the second half to your question, which is about, how do we manage our emotions and certain things like when we're public speaking and so on. Then you gave that very powerful, profound example of scenario of where you've been in some of those challenging situations, for example, war, and you've seen that stuff. In some situations, it's interesting that we can't cope until the mind cuts out. So I think there's a couple of examples. There's a couple of elements to it. There are certain times where things are just so difficult, the mind cuts out, and we're still and we're silent, and everything falls away. So there will be some times that there's a complete It's a bit like the word that comes to my mind. There's two halves of this question that it makes me think of the word disillusioned. I once thought about the word disillusion. It means the illusion around something falls away. So sometimes in life, the illusion just completely falls away, and here we find ourselves as we are. The mind completely cuts out, and I can see, Riddhi, you just smiling there. Everything cuts out. Everything falls away, and there's suddenly the realization that we don't know. We just find ourselves here. We try and show up as best we can. Silence and stillness is also, I think, very important. Sometimes there'll be certain situations where we just don't know what to do, and we just show up in presence and silence and stillness, and we will be with somebody when they perhaps are in really difficult situations where we don't know what to do, and our heart is enough. Our heart is the only thing in those situations. I have a saying that sometimes all the tools, the techniques will then will desert you. Then at last, you must follow your heart, so that the heart is the tool that will serve us in those particular kind of situations. And in some ways, on a very practical level, as far as that the public speaking is concerned, it makes me think of certain things that for me, I'm part, some people know, Alexandra knows, part of my background as a singer and performer. As a singer and performer, a lot of the time one minute I don't have a song, the next minute something comes to mind. So the creativity comes to me. I am secondary to it. The insight comes to me. So there's something in that stillness and that reverence for that space and for the audience that we're serving. I think there's something really that you said that makes me think of this. I can't remember quite all the words, but when we show up in service, magic happens. And in those situations, I can really be of service to my audience. I remember once being asked to, very, very briefly, to talk at this, I don't know if it still exists in London, thing called London College of Spirituality. And they'd asked me, soon after I'd done some of my work, The Gift of Inner Success and so on, they asked me to come and give a talk. And in those situations, I'm like, I have nothing to say. I actually ultimately have nothing to say. All I'm doing is singing the song of acceptance, embracing light, this beautiful gift of life itself. I have nothing really to say. This become who you are. It's just an invitation to embrace life itself, to embrace ourselves and so on. So I just sat there, and then sometimes in the silence, answers come through. I mean, Jeffrey was saying it, the same thing. In the silence, the song comes. In the silence, whatever. My job on a human level, I've learned, and I continue to learn it, to show up in service. It's to show up as best I can. That's my job, and we all do. The work that you've done, Annika, the work that so many people does, that Alexandra does it so beautifully all the time, just to show up. My job is to show up. But for those of us who, whatever we are, whether it is that we're a surgeon, whether it is that we're a nurse, and I do so much work with the NHS, whether we're a doctor, whether it is we're a gardener, whether it is we're a receptionist, whatever, our job is to show up, and with heart. Our job is, your job is to do your job with all your heart, the best of your ability. Life will go its own merry way, its own merry pace. But if we do, life and all lives will be the better for us showing up here. That's all I've learned in life, if we show up from that place of heart. So it's just I feel privileged that you even asked me that question, having seen what you've seen and doing what you do, Annika. Our job, though, is just to sing our song as best we can in service and in gratitude. It's been a real joy to be with you all here today. I can't thank you all enough. Thank you, Riddhi, for that beautiful session. Thank you, Alexandra, for inviting me. Neil, thank you. Paula, we haven't met, but I can see from even your warmth there, your heart. I can tell it. I can tell that warmth just from your silence here. I just want to thank you all so much for inviting me today. It's been a joy. It's been such a joy. I thank you all. Thank you all for the work that you're doing, providing this beautiful platform for everybody else. I'm just in gratitude. Thank you so much.
And Rashid, thanks so much for joining us as well and sharing so many positive insights and so much inspiration. And I think it's exactly that. When we empty ourselves, we allow that message to flow through us. We allow ourselves to be used as a vessel. And I think you portrayed that message so well. So thank you for really showing up.
Thank you so much. Take good care, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Wow, so many inspiring people here. Really, isn't it wonderful? Like to spend some, like with old family members and some new family members, and it's just like beautiful, like reunion, and then meeting new people. And Paula is not new; she has been already on our platform. Now, Paula,
a long time ago. Would you believe it? When I lived in Bali, when I was in Bali, I talked about detox, and it was like 20 minutes too short.
Yes.
I could talk forever, but it was, 20 minutes passes so quickly. So I'm kind of even more frazzled now. Would I fit everything what I wanted to say,
But we
Anyway,
have a lot of time. It's not just today. You will be our guest again. And
yeah,
you're also not just a yoga teacher, you also have been a journalist. I mean, you are a journalist as well.
same like you, isn't it? Yeah, I know, in our previous lives.
Previous lives with a journalist, we also seen a lot and done a lot and experienced a lot and written about many things. And so we got the question in the beginning, how to deal with overwhelming emotions, like if you have to speak, or maybe if you have to teach yoga, or if you have to interview someone who has been through something, or you are the like covering the war a report or something. So what is your take on that, Paula? How to deal with emotions? Because even in a family situations, you have to have dinner together or something. How do you deal at the moment? What would be your just short tip? Because we were talking about that maybe before you joined, you were not following, but if you can just add to
My
that.
take on it,
Yeah.
yeah, it's very simple, honestly. And I actually teach because the times we're living, it's very chaotic. Everyone is like on a edge. So I always say to my people that I teach, I said, like, just know who you are. As simple as that. Just know who you are. No matter what goes around you, be eye of the storm. You know, the storm tornado goes around like crazy, takes everything in its wake and goes around. But in the middle of that tornado is a pure stillness. Eye of the storm. Nothing happens. And there was this one article that I read long time ago. The guy actually survived. This tornado took him, like, washes the house, washes everything, washes him as well. But he end up in that middle where there's like vacuum, nothing. And when tornado weakens, he just dropped down on the ground, few broken bones, but actually he survived. So that's my message. Like, know who you are. So whoever tells you or whatever goes around you, you know that you're strong. You know that you are beautiful. You know that you are compassionate. You know that you're loving. And when you know that, whatever it applies to you, when you know that, no one can shake you off. I always say, when you go to work, for example, and you've done the good job, and some boss comes and start mobbing you and start like kind of doing bad things, and you so know that you've done the good work, so he cannot shake you, because you know you've done well. Nothing can shake you. If someone says like you are ugly, fat and short, and you know you are a tall person, slim person, and not ugly, that's it. It just doesn't phrase you at all. It doesn't phrase you. What's the word? You just know who you are. That's my message. You know who you are.
Thank you so much. So do you want to show us who you are? And maybe later you can talk about your retreats, because you're doing retreats in a beautiful national park, Croatia.
Yeah, and I wanted to say the blue color, everyone is wearing blue. For me, blue symbolizes the skies and the water, which is Croatia full of that. Blue skies and blue water. Alexandra lives in the water now. She moved next to the water. Lucky girl. Beautiful place, though. I've been to that place. It's Lombarda. It's just amazing place. Anyway, and I'm doing yoga retreats in Plitvice lakes, which is UNESCO protected. It's a beautiful place with the blue sky and the water. And then we do grounding. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. I wanted to talk about feet. So I'm going to talk about feet as a foundation of a physical, emotional, spiritual human existence. So, and I was thinking, shall I just sit here and talk to you, or shall we just do a bit of the feet? So if you don't mind, I'm going to take my socks off, and you don't need to if you don't want to. You can sit and just do what I do. And I'm going to talk to you as I'm moving around. So I hope you can see me, actually. It's going to be a tricky task. And I'm going to remove my socks. Okay, stripping now. Because that sequence I do often with my feet. So I hope you can see me. Right. Can you see my feet? Alexandra, say yes.
Paula,
Yes.
can you place your camera slightly down so that we can actually see your feet?
Yeah, there you go. Or I can just move a little
That's
further.
it,
Yeah,
perfect.
I can move a little further. That's two ways of doing it. Yeah, there you go. I'm here. Ooh, I'm gonna come. Anyway, so I'm talking about feet. And when you have your feet like this, place them parallel, so you are in line with your hip joints, not with your bum. Usually people do like this. You have to go and align them with the hips here, and follow the femur, follow your thigh bone, and you'll find your feet directly underneath. And make sure that your inner edges are parallel. Yeah. So you just align them like this. So feet plays a crucial role as your foundation of your body alignment. And yeah, and then have a bigger impact on the body than you are aware of and overall health. For example, not just in a physical form, but emotionally and energetically. So when you have your feet aligned like this, curl your toes, lift your toes up, and find the 3 points. Yeah, I don't need it. Find the 3 points of grounding. So you have 2 at the front and 1 at the heel. So 2 on the ball of your feet and 1 here. And then see if you're truly grounded. You'll be able to lift 1 leg up, not falling, falling down. You can do it underneath the table as well. Just feel those 3 points. Anyway, so feet are like, you try the other foot. Feet are like base of your kinetic chain. So let me just, I'm going to break it a little forward, back, and walk forward and backwards. So you like, everything is connected in your body. So if your feet are not aligned properly and carry you as they're supposed to carry you, designed to be, you're going to have lots of misaligned. For example, so now so lower your toes down, just relax. Okay, now lift your toes again. Can you lower your big toe down on the floor? Just your big toe. You see that? Just get your big toe down. Your foot has 5 arches. You know, the normal arch that you know, which is here, but there is another one here. And there's one across your foot, and there's 2 underneath your foot as well. So 5 arches major in your foot. Okay, lower your toes down. Now try again. Lift your toes up. Now lower your big toe again. Try that. And now tricky bit. Can you do the small toe down? The pinky one. Usually we always have a laugh. You know, when we do it together, like, how can you do it? So you have like 2 toes down, 3 toes up. And that's the tricky bit. Anyway, and then release. Okay, now curl up again. Now do the motorics, mind-body connection. This is your energetic nervous system connection. So tapping twice with the big, once with the small. Try that. Big, big, small. That's a tricky one too. Keep doing that. So you know when your feet are not well aligned, for example, if your arches are pronating, and if you, like my feet are quite pronation, I end up with a flat feet. They end up like as a kinetic chain. They end up pulling your knees, pulling your hip, pulling your shoulders and lower back. Everything goes apart. Okay, release that now. And let's do it again. Curl up. Now try twice with the small, once with the big. Small, small, big. Try that. It's always fun to do that. Because yeah, you can, this is your motorics, mind-body connection, and you know, nervous system connecting. Anyway, okay. And then feet are usually hurt. If you do this long enough, feet would going to hurt as they do now. So, so step up. Okay, so the other one that just one more. Open your feet to the outer edge of your foot and feel your ankles. And then go to the inner side. And then again, you open out, you curl in. And notice as you do this, for example, if you have pronating feet, flat arches, and your foot would just go in, notice how your knees are going in and how it pulls the hip and how it pulls the lower back and how it pulls the shoulders, and everything goes pear shape. Okay, so slowly finish this one. Oh, and then come back to the stance, to the when we started. Okay, so now with your feet, I'm going to turn myself around. Just lift it. Oh, you can see me. Lift, heel up, stretching your ball of your foot, and then come back. Okay, simple as that. Don't overdo it. Lifting on tip of your toes. Just literally feel the ball of your foot. This is for your balancing, for your stability. For example, if your feet are not well aligned, you end up with healthy feet, with plantar fascia, or with bony ears, or shin splints, or chronic pain. I don't know, everything springs for the feet. Your feet are your foundation. And as this domino effect, as I keep saying, it would affect everything along the body. Anyway, change sides. So like hop, you see that? And that's so good. I really love it. And you do it extension and flexion of your ankle. You're moving your ankles too. Just keep doing it. There you go. And then your last one. Okay, and then let's just do one more. So now this is a little bit challenging, but try. Then tuck your toes under, like as in pointed backwards, and find the stretch on the front of your foot. Ah, can you see that? Don't overdo it because it gets crumpy. And if you want, if you're okay with this, just work around a little bit. Roll your foot around. And then the other way. Oh, and then change legs. Oh, this is really nice. And you can do that, you know, when you sit at your desk, long hours, and you know the stagnant energy, it's there. Just you do this underneath your desk a few times. Honestly, it would move the energy. Anyway, and then slowly come back. And that's it. That's your little foot exercises. Yeah. So I'm just going to tell you now about, because your feet are energetic, spiritual, and physical connection with the world around you. Your feet are like a base of everything. So we're going to look at the energetic connection between feet and earth. So for example, you know that in many traditions that work with energy, the reflexology, for example, or indigenous practices, they recognize that the feet are as powerful energy conduits and link you to the earth energy. For example, the earth is electronically active with lots of electrons floating on a surface. And then human body naturally absorbs the electricity of the earth, which has a negative electrons, which is good thing. These negative electrons are good thing. Body has positive electron, which is not a good thing. So when you're in a touch with the earth, you keep exchanging those electrons around. You get the negative ones and you give the earth the positive ones, which is confusing the other way around, but that's how it works. And that's, you know, that it's called grounding, earthing. So that, how does it work? So simply placing your bare feet, or you can actually not just feet, but there is another in your hands you can put, or you can put the entire body touching the earth, like, and earth has to be conduit of those electrons. It's like grass, sand, soil, water, leaves, stones, even concrete. When you walk bare feet on a street, that's again, that's what allow the flow of the energy. Only
I love this message that you actually have here about proprioception, about feeling into the nerve impulses that are in the feet. Because even in yoga, we believe that all of the organs of the body, all of the organs of the system are points and acupressure points within the feet. So by stimulating the feet in this way, we're actually stimulating the whole body. And isn't it just beautiful where we can even go outside and walk on the grass bare feet, and we can literally feel that pull of negative electrons from the ground coming up through our system, through our legs, through our body, and we really feel the whole positivity behind it as well. So it enables us to ground and it enables us to center. And I think it's beautiful that you're also a journalist, because you can literally see the way that one thinks and one feels, and to be able to record that so beautifully and so accurately, like you're doing here with us today. So I think it's wonderful to actually have you with us and to be sharing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm kind of hyper energy. I'm Raja energy, like the Pitta. So I'm all over the place. But
Raja energy is beautiful, because Raja energy, when you do these sorts of grounding and centering practices, it really enables us to transform that energy. Like, we need the Raja activity because it enables us to get into motion. And the only way to actually change our, the only way to change our emotions is by moving into motion. So it's beautiful to see.
Totally. And you know, it's somehow
Even just by sitting at our desks And I think that's the profound bit. Like you hit the nail on the head there, where even if somebody's got a busy desk job, they can take a few minutes just to be able to work on the feet and the ankles and just moving it and circulating that blood and circulating that prana does wonders for their whole overall well-being. And I think you've done that so beautifully, Paula. I think we've got to get you back on again because I'm sure you've got so much more to
Yeah, I haven't
actually
even finished
show
half of
us,
it. Can I
teach
just
us.
finish? I know I can see my time is up. Can I just finish? Because I have lots to say, but on your point now, because you fast forward me to the end. So I'm just going to, you're sitting at your desk and I'm going to just read few affirmations that it would really apply. When you have your feet on the ground and affirmation is, I'm deeply connected to the earth. I honor earthly rhythms. I am open to vital energy force. I live in harmony with the world around me. I'm grounded, stable, and supported. Yeah, these are few, and there's lots more, but these are just few energetic thoughts that you would send it through your feet and the ground would send it back because you feel safe, you feel grounded. And if you have a good alignment, you have stability, and it's connected with the mula chakra. It's connected with the chakras, root chakra, and you have a feet. These are chakras too. Hands and your feet are chakras too. Anyway,
And it
so I'm
also
going to
connects
finish
to
on
the
that because I
nervous
could just
system
go
as
for
well.
on and on and on. There's lots more to say, but I think you got the message. Go walk barefoot on the soil that would be conduct to energy, not on a rubber, plastic, wood, and glass. Does not get the electrons moving. It's insulator. It doesn't. So you just choose the ground that would be a conductor to it, like soil, water, concrete, and all that. So that's my message for
Well,
for
stick
this
around,
little.
stay around with us because we're going to be moving over to somebody that works a lot with energetic. She works a lot with chakras as well. And it's exactly what you're saying about how to ground ourselves because when we look around ourselves and we're taking that time for ourselves, we start to feel safe. And that safety is what's rooted within the nervous system. So it enables us to let go on such a deep, profound level. And so we're going to move over to Sneha, a global namaste. It's beautiful to have you with us. Sneha, for those of you that don't know, is a chakra meditation and Reiki master. She does beautiful work in realigning people within their lives and within their businesses. And she's a spiritual coach herself. She spent many years learning these skills and really grounding them within, and her work does magic to be able to speak through this. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Sneha. Sneha, a global namaste. Welcome. What do you have in store for us today?
Global Namaste Ravine, everyone. Lovely to see everyone. And just to add, I've also got blue on, strangely. And I have grass, as you can see, for grounding. So we're all in sync today. So I was asking, what shall I do? And really just teach Reiki. And I was like, okay, let's do that. So a couple of things. One, I was going to talk about the chakras. But before we do that, and we'll do a meditation as well. So there's a few things I want to offer to everyone. Is let's feel our chakras because it's all been kind of experiential today. So if you want to join in, what we need to do is we have a field around us. Paula was talking about the earth field, but we also have the auric field, the field that we emanate. And we can actually feel it. We can see how far are we emanating. We can emanate, usually it's about 6 feet. When we're ill, the field comes in. When we're meditating and in alignment, the field goes out, and the bigger the better. Ideally, you should be around 6 foot around you, but each chakra will emanate a different frequency. So you can actually do what's called hand scanning and see how your chakras are in it every day, because every day your chakras get impacted by your thoughts, by your feelings, by the people that you interact with, by what you watch, what you eat. Everything you ingest will affect your field. So if you guys want to join in, let's do it. What you need to do is shake off your hands. So shake off any energy that you've already got. And we don't do the crown chakra. The crown chakra is here. So we start with the third eye in Reiki. So I want you to put your hand on your forehead. And then I want you to go out very gently as far as you can. And then what you do is you then start to push into the field and see if you can feel anything. Like already I've got a resistance. So you might feel like a resistance or a temperature change or something. Some people feel hot or cold. Some people feel a tingle. Does everyone feel it? Yeah. If not, you can do it again. You can just shake off your hand. It's usually the dominant hand, so your writing hand. And again, you just go as far as you can and just bring it in. And remember roughly where you stop. So here, I'm stopping here. So my third eye, as you can imagine, is quite robust. It's a good word over here. You'll have another opportunity. We'll move down to our throat chakra. So you go down to your throat. Now go out as far as you can. And now start to push in again. And you can scan. But sometimes I've meditated today, as you can see, like it's coming out quite even. When you meditate, you make your field quite even. If I hadn't meditated, one of them will probably be a lot more coming in. And some would be predominantly out of balance. So for me, my throat chakra, because of my ancestry, can be a lot out of balance, my root chakra. But when I'm in alignment, as you can see, it comes out. So meditation really helps, healing, yoga, all of the things that we're teaching today will help you to get back into alignment. Well, let's do our heart. So you go into the center of your chest and then push out as much as you can. And then push in. And again, you'll feel some sort of resistance. And that's the end of your auric field. This is how much you're emanating into the world. If you're doing somebody else, you can even feel the back of them because chakras emanate at the front and they emanate towards the back. So when you're doing somebody else, you can do it this way. Obviously, do it with permission. Don't do it in Sainsbury's, but you can normally tell either this way. So that's how you can scan your entire body. You can do the rest of the chakras yourself and see what are you doing today in terms of your alignment. Hopefully, a lot of you have been doing the yoga, etc. today, so you'll be in good alignment. But that's a quick lesson in just feeling your aura and feeling how you are for the day and your field. Secondly, we were talking about emotions. So the chakra system. Oh, Nishit says he could feel it. Amazing. Yeah, you can do it anytime with anyone. You can start to really tune into it because when you're feeling this field, you can get information from the field because we're walking around emanating information about our health, information about our lives. So wherever you sit, when you leave, you can actually leave your imprint, your energy imprint. We were taught in psychic development, if somebody leaves a chair, you can actually go and sit in the chair and get a lot of information because we're walking around with this field of information that we emanate out to the world. So back to the emotions, we also store emotions within our field and the chakra system. And the root chakra, the Muladhara chakra, which we've covered with the feet today. That was very good, Paula. So start this off, actually, it's very in sync. If it is out of balance, you'll feel a lot of fear. A lot of fear sits within our Muladhara chakra, our root chakra. Anxiety sits in the root chakra and lack of abundance. So if you're struggling getting abundance into your life, it's usually related to the root chakra disalignment. Some people say that your chakra can either be overactive or underactive. In Reiki, we just treat the chakra as a whole because we send the energy and the energy will work out what it needs to do, whether it needs to fortify the chakra or remove some of the excessive energy. Then we've got the Svadhisthana chakra, which is your sacral chakra. That is under your belly button and lower back. This holds your sexuality, your pleasure. In the reverse, it holds your guilt, your shame, your inner child, your creativity. So a lot of emotions are stored in each one of these chakras. And the more work we do, Again, everything we've talked about today, the more we can get these back into alignment. What we're going to do after I've told you this is we're going to actually go in and we're going to start to balance our chakras. So we felt the field, we know roughly a few of the chakras where they are, but I'll talk you through an exercise of actually bringing all of these back into alignment. Then we go higher, we go above your belly button, and middle of your back is your solar plexus, Manipura chakra. This is to do with your identity, your self-esteem, how you see yourself in the world. We are all soul spirit, but this chakra allows us to have an identity. So I am Sneha, Riddhi is Riddhi, and so on. So we have this identity, and the solar plex helps us with identity. If it's not spinning to its full capacity, then we may have issues with self-esteem, we may have issues with power. Our power also sits in the solar plexus. This is also where we chord people. So when you meet people, you naturally start to pick up information through energy chords. And that's usually where you first have a gut instinct about somebody, is through your solar plexus. So solar plexus is important to cleanse this chakra on a regular basis because you are picking up on different energies. And especially if you're an empath or a healer, you'll be very open in this chakra. You'll pick up a lot of different types of energy. So again, I'll teach you in a moment how to cleanse that. When you go to the heart chakra, this is obviously to do with relationships and love and grief, loneliness, and all these kind of, unfortunately, negative emotions can sit here. A heart block where you're not allowing love into your life. The good thing is if it's working really well, you'll feel oneness with the world. You'll feel love, unconditional love, allow love into your life and be happy with yourself and have self-love. We move into, so that was Anahata. Vishuddha is your throat chakra. This is to do with communication, but not just verbal. It is also communicating your true self. Who are you? Who is your true self? I was watching a podcast today saying that if we don't live our true lives, we can get dis-ease. And we're likely to leave the body quicker because we're not allowing ourselves true expression of who we are, and that lives in the throat chakra. We move to the third eye. This is a seat of your intuition. This is where you trust yourself, your inner knowing. When it's not working, then you have doubts and you have too much of a mind, like advantage and disadvantage of the decision. You're too much in your mind. You don't trust your intuition and your inner knowing. And it's things like, when you think of a song and it plays on the radio, or you think of somebody and you haven't heard from them for months and they call you, that's all to do with your inner knowing and your intuition. And finally, you have your crown chakra. Out of the 7, this one sits above the body, just about here. You may be able to feel some sort of tingle there. Yeah? I don't normally like people like touching me like this because that's like your connection to the divine. And it's depicted by like 1,000-petal white lotus flower. In Reiki, we don't tend to touch it, but that is your connection to divinity. If it's out of alignment, you may be fearful of your own nature, of your true nature, of being a divine soul, of being a light. You may be disconnected from your spiritual self. So I think everybody on here should have a fairly balanced crown chakra because we're all open to spiritual self. So that's a quick stop tour of the chakras. Now let's do it. Let's actually align them. So I'm going to get you involved again. I'm going to get you to channel some energy into yourself. So we're going to do Reiki. Reiki is non-religious. It simply means universal light. So we pull in light from the universe and then we balance our chakras. So I want you all you can choose to have your eyes open or you can close your eyes. We'll do a quick grounding exercise, which Paul has already done it for us to some extent, which is really great.
Sneha,
Perfect.
Global Namaste. This is Neil Kumar, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
I know.
Hi, just before you go on to
Yeah.
this mini Reiki session,
Mm-hmm.
Monica from Derbyshire
Yeah.
went through an accident trauma. You just mentioned the sacral chakra a moment back. But she wants to know, is that trauma is blocked by sacral chakra, or which chakra blocks the trauma?
Okay, and she had a trauma with an accident, is it?
Accident, yes. So unlike sacral, which is abuse of sexual nature or disruption or neglection or abuse, she had a trauma with an accident. So what chakra should she focus on? She feels very traumatized by an accident, a car accident.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. So basically, a trauma can affect all of the chakras, the nervous system particularly. But we would focus definitely on the root chakra because the root chakra is about survival and it's about fear. So the root chakra would have had flight or flight. When you have an accident, it's activated and then your nervous system is activated. So I would really focus on the root chakra, but obviously the sacral because there's emotions with what happened, the trauma, the heart chakra, because your nervous system is, with the vagus nerve, it's the throat and the heart where it sits, where the vagus nerve starts off and the nervous system then goes down. So it's all of those chakras. But when you have something like that, I would do all of the chakras because it's such a shock to the system. And then when one chakra comes out of alignment, the others will start to get out of alignment too. So definitely the root, heart, throat, sacral. So pretty much all of them, because as I said, once you have something major like that, it can really knock you and your energy body.
So there you are, Monica. Go by process of reiteration. Just eliminate what doesn't work, and what works for you is the right chakra. That will be good. Let's go on to your mini session, Sneha, on Reiki. Thank you. Over to you.
Yoga. Thank you. Okay, everyone. So you can close your eyes or keep them open. For a quick grounding, imagine that you have roots like a big oak tree. Allow the roots to go deeper and wider, really connecting with Bhumima, Panchamama, the earth, saying thank you to the earth for keeping us here, really holding us in this space. And then pulling the energy from the earth. You can imagine it to be red or white. Imagine the energy going up into your legs. Your legs may feel tingles, may feel warm. Pull up the energy into the bottom of your spine. At the bottom of your spine, I want you to open a red flower. Imagine that light coming into the red flower. This is your Muladhara chakra. And as you feel the energy coming in, allow the red to light up. You can do an affirmation. I am safe. And just feel that safety. Feel the heaviness of your legs as they really connect, as they really light up. Now pull up the energy to your Svadhisthana chakra, your sacral chakra. This is just the bottom, so lower back and underneath your belly button. Open up an orange flower and feel the healing coming in from the ground energy as you light up the orange, letting go of any stuck emotion. And then you can say a mantra, an affirmation. I trust in the flow of the universe. This chakra is associated with water and the flow. So allow the flow as you allow the energy to rise up above your belly button and the middle of your back. And you open a yellow flower. This is your solar plexus, your Manipura chakra. You allow yourself to feel the power of this chakra. Give yourself self-love, your self-recognition. Know that you have taken this body as a vessel to express yourself through the body, through the avatar, appreciating your avatar and loving on your avatar. As you pull up the energy to the heart, now keep the energy there. As you pull down the Reiki energy from above you, Imagine a white light coming from source, meeting in the heart with the earth energy, opening up a green lotus, feeling love for yourself, knowing that you are loved by divinity, that you are never separate from divinity, that you are one with all that is, allowing that feeling to spread through your body, allowing the green to go to everyone on this podcast today. Allow the green to go into the country you're in and beyond to the universe and to divinity. And then receive all the love from divinity. Receive love from everyone on the planet. Receive love from everyone on here. And then give yourself love. And then we go into the throat, pulling the energy into the throat from above you. Open up a blue flower and allow yourself to have expression. I speak my truth as you feel the energy in your throat move. And then gently go up to your third eye, in the middle of your forehead. You open up a indigo flower, purpley blue. Feel the connection to your spirit, to your soul, beyond the body. Know that you are more than this body, that you are linked to divinity and your intuition, your inner knowing. And finally, gently pull your energy up and bring the energy down from divinity as you open up 1,000 petal white flower above your head and feel the connection to divinity. In this moment, you have no time, no space. You are just all that is, beyond the body, beyond the material. As you connect deeply to all that is and know that's who you truly are. You are light, you are divinity. And feeling the alignment of each one of the chakras as you see the flowers lining up. And we gently close each one, so the white one, we leave a small white light. We close the third eye, indigo flower, leaving a light. Closing the blue flower in the throat, leaving a light. Closing the green flower, leaving a light. Closing the yellow flower, leaving a light. Close the orange in your lower back, leaving a light, and go down to the root. Point it down, allow the red energy to go into your legs, into your feet, and down into the ground. And just feeling grateful for this moment, feeling love, feeling aligned, and just making the declaration, my chakras are aligned. And just come back to the heart and sending everyone love again. And just feel that love and gratefulness for everything you have in your life. And love for this moment. And then just come back into the body. And then when you're ready, you're going to feel your toes, your fingers, and then open your eyes. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully everyone felt that. I'm feeling good and aligned.
Sneha, wonderful. You saw everybody was calm and just following everything you were mentioning. It brought a lot of peace and sukoon in the mind. Paula, Alexandra, say hello to Sneha. She does online sessions as well. And those of you who are here in London, you can have a in-person meeting with her and sessions. And also she does retreats. So Alexandra, Paula will connect to her maybe in mid part of the year. Riddhi, you can connect Paula and Alexandra with Sneha as well. Sneha, where can people contact you should they want to get in touch with you?
Okay, I'm on all the social media platforms. Sneha Ramji on Facebook, and Instagram, I'm Soul Evolution Academy. And Riddhi has my number if you want to WhatsApp me as well. So I teach Reiki, I have cacao ceremonies, and I've been doing this for about 17 years now. So it's been a long time. So if you know anything, if you want to know anything more about chakras, just drop me a line.
So there you are. You can contact Sneha Ramji. Just put Sneha Ramji, London, put Reiki, put yoga. She will appear on there. And Alexandra, you, Paula, Riddhi, Sneha, Rashid, Vasanti, at some point, get in touch and cross-sell your facilities, services, and your products, okay? And then we will have a private Zoom session in 4 weeks' time, how we can proceed with retreat. Riddhi, over to you. A nice, gentle thank you to Sneha from you, and bring in Harnal, and let's move on. Over to you, Riddhi.
So, Sneha, I just want to say before you leave that that was so grounding. I felt so positive and so much stronger in myself as a result of just that, even that short meditation that we did. And if you're that good across the power of Zoom, I wonder what you're actually like in person, especially when somebody books into a one-to-one with you. So, once again, beautifully done, really from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for all that you did and for being just a wonderful pleasure and joy to be around.
Oh, thank you, Riddhi, for the opportunity and pushing me a little bit. Thank you.
Very well done. And that brings me on beautifully to Arnold as well. So a global namaste, Arnold. Beautiful to have you with us today.
Thank
And
you.
Hana, for those of you that don't know, is a Kundalini teacher. She has her own business, which she has been running for many years. And she also runs sacred ceremonies, sacred meditations together in different surroundings. And it's a beautiful joy to experience the way that she expands energy and then brings it back to the individual again. And that's part of the beauty of yoga and meditation is when we can expand energy into the earth, into Matrikuni around us, and then bring it back into ourselves and centering ground. So a global namaste, Hano, once again, and take it away. What do you have in store for us today?
Thank you very much. It was lovely hearing a couple of the other presenters. So my name is Harnal. That is my spiritual name that's connected with Kundalini Yoga. And I've been teaching Kundalini Yoga now for about 25 years, internationally. And then I moved back to England 3-4 years ago. And now I'm based in Glastonbury, which is the heart chakra of the planet. And I really chose to live here because the energy here supports me. And then when people come to do the trainings and the courses, it also supports them. And we need as much help as we can get these days. So it's like, why not take it? So Kundalini Yoga is, it's like all of the other yogas. We use the same postures, the same mudras, the breathing, but in Kundalini Yoga, we're really more focused on the energy on the inside. It is not a Hatha Yoga where it's perfecting the posture. It's more about connecting to the energy within you, like you were talking earlier about the emotions moving, you know. And when that energy is aligned, the postures then come through. So it's not a yoga where we would ever correct your postures. We might give you some instructions on how to hold the posture, but it's really about connecting to the inside. It is known as a Raj Yoga, and so this is where it's really working with the mind. And the scriptures say, you know, the first cycle was when we were learning about the physical body, Hatha Yoga. Then we were learning about devotion, so it was Bhakti Yoga. And now we need to learn about the mind. So this is Raj Yoga. So again, when we do the Kriyas, this is what we call a sequence. of postures, which could be one, or it could be many, many postures. But each Kriya has a specific result. It's like a recipe. So we don't make them up. They were all handed down. And you can do the posture to whatever capacity you can. I've taught people in wheelchairs. I've taught people who, you know, on crutches. So it's not about being able to touch your toes to then be successful. It really is a yoga for wherever you are now, wherever you are, to make the most, to get to a higher potential. And it's really bringing it back into that mind, so that mind can be more single pointed. It works with the chakras, which we've just done, in a slightly different way, of course, but it's really balancing those chakras every Kriya we do in different ways. And I think one of the things about Kundalini Yoga for the times we live in today, where everything is so rushed, which is part of where we are in the cycle, we never have enough time. It's like, oh my God, how am I going to fit this in when I've got this, and this to do? So Kundalini Yoga has meditations, and we're going to do one in a minute, which you can do for just 3 minutes. And it will change your energy. So when we change the energy, you are changing your consciousness. So that means it changes your mood, changes the type of thoughts that you have. It changes then, of course, then the actions, what you end up doing. And when you're doing that 3 minutes, you can do it a lot longer, of course, but it will align the energy. And whenever our energy is aligned, balanced, in harmony, whatever word you like, we are more of our true state of being. So we feel better, we feel more lighter, we feel more elevated. When our energy is all over the place, that's how we feel. You know, we have emotions that will match that frequency, anger, depression, etc. And we have thoughts that just drive us crazy. So a simple meditation can change that, because it is an action that is aligned. You could go for a walk in nature and this could balance you. But when we're doing the yoga, it really is working with this physical body and all of our other energetic bodies, of course. So I think the best thing to do is to give you an experience. So I've got this lovely meditation, which is of 3 postures. And really this is one you can do to help you eliminate stress. So whenever you're feeling stressed, you can do these 3 postures. You just need to make sure that you do them equal time. So we're not going to do it for long today because we want to honor the time here. But hopefully you'll get a feel of what it's like. Ultimately, if you wanted to continue doing this at home, you would do each one for, say, 11 minutes. So that would be a 33-minute practice to eliminate your stress. And when you eliminate your stress, your energy flows much better. So you're actually creating your vitality as well. So if you are ready, we just need to be sitting comfortably. The most important thing is you have a straight spine. So if you're in a chair, that's fine, but sitting comfortably with a straight spine. And when we do Kundalini Yoga, we use a lot of mantras. I think that's one of the other things that's a bit different. We have a lot of mantras that we weave into the posture. So you have the posture, you have the breath, which moves with the posture, and then of course the mantra quite often. And they're such beautiful, beautiful mantras. We're not going to be doing that today because we don't have the time to really teach you that. But we do tune in with one mantra before every time we practice. And this is a mantra called Om Namo Gurudev Namo. And really this is opening us up to the teacher within. I bow to that teacher within me. And so it's just opening you up to have the best learning experience possible. And we repeat this 3 times. So let us start. So I'm just going to push this camera back a bit, so hopefully you can see me a bit more. The sun's come in, hasn't it? It's going to make me very... Okay, so just please bring your hands together in prayer pose, just having a nice equal balance between the left and the right there. And may close your eyes so you turn your sight inwards and just open yourself up to this mantra so you can connect to your teacher within you. An inhale. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. And then inhale and apply the root lock. So you just squeeze the anus, the perineum and the sex, squeezing the energy up the spine, and release and relax. So for the first posture, please just bring your left hand onto your heart, and your right hand, you are just holding it in front of you, and you want to sort of make a little cup of the hand like this. And the movement, because quite a lot of the meditations in Kundalini Yoga are dynamic, is you're just going to bring this hand over your shoulder. So it's almost like you've got water and you're throwing it over your shoulder. And the key here is to really make sure that your wrist goes past your ear. Closing your eyes, the breath will become in sync with the movement. Really stretching that armpit. It's a powerful exhale. And if there is anything in your life that is causing you distress, a memory, an emotion, it's like you're just letting it go. You're just letting it go. Anything that disturbs you, you let it go. And just keep going, keep going. When you get that moment when maybe your shoulder's a bit tired, just focus on the breath. Remember, it's the breath that is moving you, not the muscles. Just a few more seconds. You're doing really good. Keep going, keep going. Really try and make sure that hand goes past the ear. This posture is really working on the liver. So it's helping to clean your bloodstream. And inhale. Again, hold the breath as you apply the root locks, squeezing that anus, the perineum, and the sex squeeze. Squeeze that energy you've generated from the lower chakras to the higher. And now release. Keeping your eyes closed, stay inside and just observe how you feel with that energy you generated through that posture. Just observe it as you take some relaxing breaths. So the next posture is a very strange one. It might seem strange, but it's very good, this one. It will balance all of your chakras. So we're going to work with the Saturn finger, the middle finger. And it also balances the Saturn energy. So you do that with both hands. Bringing your elbows into your side. The palms are facing up. Okay, so it's not, the palms are not down. You turn them so the palms face up. That's it. And what you're going to do now is you're going to flick the finger. So you're flicking that Saturn finger. And as we flick that, just keep going. And again, if then any emotions come up, maybe you get irritated, maybe you get bored. Just keep moving this mudra. This is what is going to bring the balance. It's going to take that energy that's within you that is not aligned, and it helps to align it. Just keep flicking, flicking. Just a rapid flicking of the finger. Just keep going, work through it, work through it. Go at your own pace. And when you hear that mind of yours that says, oh, I can't do this, just take a deep breath and just do one more. And then just do one more. All of those meridians that go through the wrist there, working on all of those. Last few seconds. Just keep going, keep going. And inhale, hold the palms flat. Inhale, mulband, squeeze that root lock, squeezing the energy up the spine. And exhale. And again, keeping your eyes closed, just observe the energy within your body and the energy around you in all your energetic bodies. Don't interfere. Don't control it. Just feel it, whatever it is. And if any emotions come up, let them come up. Just by feeling them helps that energy flow again. It's when we resist or control, suppress, that's when we get into problems. Now for the last one, which is a great posture, we're going to do it with the mantra Har, like my name, Har Nal, but we're just going to use the Har. So this is meaning God, and actually it means the seed. So it's like the seed, God plants seeds. And so when you chant this, I can see the sun's moving around. When you chant this, you want the tip of your tongue to hit the roof of your mouth. Okay? So it's like had, 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 had. Yeah? So the tip of your tongue, that's what creates the sound. So it's not har, it's har, har, har. Okay? So that's what the mantra we're going to use when we do this last posture. Now, if you're not used to making a sound, it's very good for your throat chakra, obviously. It's very good for your navel chakra, your personal power. So it's not about singing. It is chanting. So just give it a go. See what it's like for you. Okay? So the posture we're going to do is, again, in easy pose. So the arms are out in front of you, palms down this time. You're going to move them out to the side, bring them up and cross them over. And you alternate. So one time the left hand is on the top and then the right hand is on the top. So it's har, 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 har. Keep the arms straight. Really stretch the arms out from the shoulders. Har, 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 har. Go at your own pace. It doesn't matter if you make the sounds at a slower pace, that's fine. But just keep the movement going. Har, 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 har. Make sure those elbows don't bend. Har, 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 har. This is really working on the heart. All the arms postures really work on the heart chakra, the biggest chakra of your whole system. Har, 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 har. Last few seconds, just keep going. That's it. Go. Har, 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 har. And then inhale. Hold the breath, apply the root lock, really squeeze the energy all the way up the spine. Through the neck to the head, the crown. Exhale. And relax. And again, just let that energy you've generated, just let it move however it needs to do, bringing the balance. And just observe how you feel now. I know you've done a lot of yoga, so you're probably feeling pretty good now. But any subtle change is actually a very powerful, profound change. So just to finish, we chant a mantra to close, and the mantra we chant is Sat Nam. Sat meaning truth, Nam meaning identity. So it's like my truth is who I am. Your truth is who you are. So it's just honouring that. And we chant it 3 times. So please just bring the hands together. Inhale. Sat Nam. Sat Nam. Sat Nam. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that little taste of Kundalini Yoga. And if you like those 3 postures, really, you just need to do them for an equal amount of time. 2 minutes each, 3 minutes each, maximum 11 minutes each.
Beautiful. And it really does just bring us back into the essence to feel grounded and to feel centered in the present moment.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful how just through three movements there, three very simple movements that anyone around the world can actually do, how the prana can move and how the energy systems work within to just be able to feel that sense of lightness, to feel that sense of happiness, just to be present. And it's just such a subtle change. But as the emotions transform, we get into motion, and that's really where the magic is. So I want to say thank you again, Arnold, for really joining
pleasure.
us today and to share your magic with us. It's profound, just even in a short space like this,
Yes.
how much the energy can really transform. So once again, thank you so much for joining us.
My
And we look forward
pleasure.
to seeing you again in the near future. Global Namaste.
Satnam.
Satnam. And that brings us on smoothly to our next segment. And this is someone really special. He's practiced a lot within Eastern and Western practices. He's done a lot of yoga and meditation in different countries around the world. And now he practices as a hypnotherapist at Suffolk Hypnotherapy. And it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the one and only Piers Day. Piers, welcome here. A global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us today and to be a part of this. And I can't wait to hear what it is that you have in store for us today. How does hypnotherapy help us to really fill in the gaps between yoga and meditation? We've heard a lot today about the chakras, about the prana, about the energy systems, and how profound they can be to help us to change and to transform those emotions, to go from a place of depression and anxiety to transform them into positive emotions. So tell us a little bit more.
One of the problems with a lot of meditations is that it involves too much movement for a lot of people. So I love yoga. I adore yoga. I'm not as flexible as I'd like to be. But what I found, I've traveled extensively all around the world. And I spent 2.5 months up in the Himalayas in India, northern India. And when I was there, I was very much got to doing yoga every day, 3 times a day on this retreat for about 1.5 months, 2 months. And while I was doing it, my body was getting tired. And I thought there must be another way. And this went back to something I was taught in Malaysia about 30 years ago by a 5-year-old who couldn't speak English. And I thought, what I want to do is strip all meditation down and all hypnosis down to the most simple and easiest way of doing it. And so I use breath, I use focus, and I use what you desire to actually make you very, very centered. When I was in the Dalai Lama's temple, a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was sitting between 2 monks meditating. And one of the things I got from them is they did not move. And I really got it that they went really deep inside. And I thought, how do they do that? And there was one of them who spoke very little English, but I had a chat with afterwards. And I just said, how do you do it? And he just said, practice being still. And I really liked that. And so I started doing that with my clients in hypnosis. And I said, right, we're going to do a little bit of self-hypnosis, outside hypnosis, but internal hypnosis. And another way of calling internal hypnosis is meditation. And meditation to me is actually going back to your core. And one of the things I noticed that after a yoga session, when I was lying on the yoga mat, a lot of people, the instructors, especially in Thailand, have the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes of just complete relaxation. And I used to zen out. I think I only once snored, but apart from that, I to me, it was being still. And what I got is if you're still and you can go inside, you can change your internal world. If you can change your internal world, you can change the outside world. Because as we all know, your chakras and getting everything in alignment is the number one thing we need to do. And if we could get in touch with all the world leaders around the world and balance all their chakras, I think the world would be a much, much nicer place to live in. But let's not go there with that one. So I looked at what the teachers in Malaysia teach children, and it's a very simple hand meditation. Because if you're excited, you breathe in a certain way. If you're depressed, you breathe in a certain way. If you're tired, you breathe in a certain way. If you're anxious, you breathe in a certain way. What I started doing is saying, okay, let's just change the way we breathe to change our state. And you go into this wonderful self-hypnosis. And this only takes between 2 and 4 minutes, depending who you are. I've tried longer. To me, longer doesn't actually work. And talking to the Tibetan monks in the Dalai Lama's temple, I showed them, they said, oh, yes, we were taught that long ago. And I said, so what, do you use it now? And they went, no. I said, because? And they didn't answer it. And they said what they liked about it is it's so simple. Because if I sit down now and I try, I get into whatever pose I want to, whether I'm lying down and I close my eyes and I say, right, I've got to think of nothing. The first thing that comes into my mind is, how fresh is the milk in my fridge? Have I done the washing? Have I, fed the dog? Whatever it happens to be. And that, to me, I live in I've got such a busy mind, and I'm still trying to balance all those plates, spinning plates on poles. And I worry that if I actually stop spinning the plates, everything's going to come crashing down. Another way of looking at it is we live in a snow globe world, and we spend our life just looking at the pretty picture and all the little snowflakes or things going around your snow globe. And as soon as you put your snow globe down, everything settles. And then your mind can go through everything like rubbish, keep. Oh, I'll keep that one. Rubbish, keep. And it just starts going through all your things. So when I'm helping people with depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, or even insomnia, whatever it happens to be, I get people to do this very simple thing, and it's self-hypnosis that takes them into meditation. And I quite welcome anybody who wants to join in with me, and we'll do it now. It's very, very simple. When I'm working with clients, especially younger people, I get them to choose a word. And a lot of them, it's something like courage or confidence. But what I'd like you to do is just now let your mind go completely and just sit in a comfortable position. And all I want you to do, it's very difficult. You have to do exactly what I do and follow my instructions. There's very, very little movement. If you put one hand like this, and you raise one finger like this, and you put your finger here. So all we're going to do is focus on the feeling of our finger and our breathing. And the rest of the world will just carry on spinning without us for 2 minutes. So keep your eyes open to start with. Just get yourself like this. And take a nice deep breath in. Hold. Out. Hold. 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 Now let your eyes close. Breathe in. Hold. Out. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Hold. In. in, hold, out, hold, in, hold, out, hold, in, hold, out, hold, in, hold. And I'm going to go quiet now. Just continue by yourself. And as you do this, I wonder which finger is the most sensitive, whether it's the ring finger, whether it's the long finger in the middle of your hand, whether it's the pointy finger. But of course, it may not be a finger, it may be your thumb. And then if you just let the screen clear and open your eyes. And if I could see all of your faces, I would guarantee you're using muscles you haven't used for a while. One there, one there. It's got a smile. Because every single person I do this to smiles. Now, that's so simple to do. I've actually got it down to an art. I don't actually have to do this with my hands. When I was in the Dalai Lama's temple, I just sat there, literally, my hands like this on my chest, like this on my chest, closed my eyes, and I was imagining it. But what is lovely about this is, I would love to know in the comments, did anybody else go completely still with this? Were you completely still and your mind not thinking of anything else, or were things coming in? And I'd just be interested to see what comes up on the chat.
Well, Piers, I can't speak for anyone else, but my experience of it was completely just focusing on my hand and the sensations in my hand.
Mm-hmm. So all those plates and all the worries of everyday life, and whether the washing machine's on or whether the children are being picked up at school or whatever it happens to be, they were put to the side, and you became centered. Yeah. So if you, it's a very simple self-hypnosis technique. And what was interesting is the girl who taught me all those years ago out in Malaysia, she really simply showed me how to do it. And I said to the teacher, I said, why do you make these children do it? You make your children do this because, and she said, it opens their mind to learn. And I really love that, because what it actually does is it cuts out all the miscellaneous things that keep coming in and out of our lives, and you become very, very still. And with the children, especially I do this with ADHD children who come and see me for whatever they come, parents bring them to see me for. And I've taught this in schools because it calms their levels down.
So it's actually really interesting, because we were actually talking about racing thoughts and overwhelm earlier on the podcast today. And again, this is just a practice that can help us to form that sense of stillness. And even in yoga, in the Hatha Yoga Pratipika, which is one of the oldest scriptures on yoga, there's a saying in there that says, Stiram Sukham Asana. And all Stiram Sukham Asana is to be able to form that sense of stillness. So whichever movements we choose to do, we do them in a very productive way where we're not jerky, but we're just forming that sense of stillness. And that's what your exercise really reminded me of as well, is that when we're actually moving through and we're using our breath, we're using kumbhaka, which is where we're holding our breath before we release and we let go. We're aligning that with the way that our mind moves as well. So by actually intentionally slowing down, we're actually throwing away all of those thoughts for a couple of minutes and just really coming back to a sense of grounded and centeredness in the present moment. And I think it's just a wonderful exercise.
But isn't that what meditation is all about?
Yes.
To me, meditation is actually becoming centered. And as soon as you're centered, all the problems evaporate. That's my sort of picture of the whole thing. Is as soon as you're still, all the pressure that you've been putting on yourself, or myself especially, just disappears.
And
And
I think that's such a profound thing to do for someone that's actually in high pressure, high stress. And even actually, you work a lot with children, even children when they come up to exams or when they're at the midterms, to go within and to just form that sense of silence, that sense of stillness for a couple of minutes, just enables them to really come back. And one of the practices that I teach is called Nari Shodhana. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but
I'm
it's
not very.
basically where it's alternate nostril breathing. So we're working on the left channels and the right channels, which correspond to the left hemisphere of the brain and the right hemisphere of the brain, so logic and emotion together. And by doing this exercise, again, as you've just demonstrated with us here today in terms of breathing, but this focuses on breathing through alternate nostrils. So they'll take a deep breath in from the left, they'll hold, and then they'll release on the right. They'll take a deep breath in from the right, they'll hold, and they release on the left. And I think this is just a beautiful way of getting the creative imagination flowing. And what kind of experiences have you had when you've taught this in school with children?
I've seen I've seen children who are all fidgety and coughing like they normally do. If you've got 150 kids sitting in front of you, there's always one who's staring out the window or whatever. As soon as you do this and you get them to do it and you get them all to close their eyes, and then you say, right, clear the screen, open your eyes at the end of it, they're all really still. And one of the teachers in the place quite recently said, right, so Piers, can you come to every single class, please? Because that's what it is. It just shuts the monkey brain up, so to speak. Because we all have so much going on. We're all spinning so many plates, whatever picture you have of what's going on inside your mind. And yes, you were talking about the breathing of the nostril one. I teach that as well.
Yes.
One of the problems is I see you're from London, but anyone around the world, London is full of cold. Well, England's full of colds at the moment. So you find some people can't actually breathe through the various parts of their nose. So that's why I quite like this. But I'll tell you a very quick story. I was on an aeroplane about 3 months ago, and the woman next door to me was, "Oh my God, I'm flying!" And I said, "Look, I'm a hypnotist. Do you want me to help you sleep for the rest of your flight?" She said, "Yes, please." And I said, "Just do this." And I did this exact thing. And I said, "And as you do it, you'll get more sleepy." That's all I said. Breathe in, breathe out. Just becoming more sleepy. Bang. 2.5 hour flight. She probably slept for, I don't know, 2 hours, 10 minutes of it. Which I'll be very selfish. I had a much nicer flight for that. Someone sitting next door to me go, ah! But you can use
All of that nervous energy that's packed up, that's just causing erratic racing thoughts, like somebody's actually just spinning around in a circle, and it's all of these spiraling thoughts that then actually, just when we come into that sense of stillness, we have a say over these thoughts, and all of a sudden the monkey mind stops monkeying around, and it's us, the self, that can control and that can actually assert some influence over this monkey mind, because the monkey mind then has to listen to us and take instructions from us, rather than for us to be controlled by all of those racing thoughts and everything else that's going on in our lives. What do you think about that?
What I love about it is, as you say, it tells the monkey mind to keep quiet, but you forget that the monkey mind is actually connected to the body.
Yes.
And the body, literally, all the stress just collapses. I find myself occasionally, the other day I was driving, and I would love to say I'm the world's most patient driver. I'm not. I was late for something. And we were just driving along, and I found myself getting a little bit, I could feel the tension coming up in my body. And I went, I don't want this tension. And as I drove, I just put my hand up like this, and I was carrying on driving, one hand on the wheel. And I just did this, and I just visualized myself doing it. And within 5 seconds, all that pent up had gone. Because it takes you inside. It takes you to literally the control room inside your heart, inside, in your chakras. And this, we don't want any of this negative energy. and it puts you in control. So using hypnosis and hypnotherapy with meditation, there was one of the classes I did in Thailand about 4 years ago. At the end of it, I said to the lovely lady who was taking, said, at the end, can I do a 10-minute relaxation? And she said, absolutely fine. By the end of it, everybody couldn't walk. They said they've never been so relaxed because you just bring in
loosen limb. And that's actually the beauty of it, because all of a sudden this prefrontal cortex that turns itself off and can't make decisions in fight and flight freeze mode has just opened up a world of creativity by being still. And I think that's what your session today reminds me of, is how do we actually create more pockets of time throughout the day to form those pockets of stillness? Because all of a sudden, what we're actually doing is teaching kids how to keep going throughout the day without feeling that crash at the end of the day. Like the whole world is on their shoulders. But all of a sudden, they've now got a nice level of energy throughout the day, which they can keep topping up at their own wishes. And it keeps them in this state of balance. It keeps them in this state of harmony. And as you mentioned, through hypnotherapy, if 96% of it is negative thoughts, well, actually, just by forming that sense of stillness through meditative practices, through things like using their hands, automatically we can stop those negative thoughts even for a second, because it's in that 5-second gap that we've got a choice to make a different decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you, Piers. Stay around, Piers. Let's welcome Sharon in America. She is a senior host and a correspondent at the America over there. Shortly, she'll be sharing a mini video as well, but we have got a nice interview with Dr. Ian Gowler, a big name in Australia, who does retreat down there and everything. Alexandra will shortly be introducing. Nishit, stand by. You are there now. So we are ready to play that. Sharon, global namaste. You got in just as Piers was giving that experience. How did you feel while he was interacting with us?
Oh, it was so fascinating. I worked in the schools throughout the East Coast of the U.S. And I did that. In fact, one class, third grade, the woman brought me in specifically to bring meditation to the students. And what I found, because I was teaching all these different cultures, but I'd start every class, I wouldn't call it meditation. I would have them sit in a circle, because it was a time where you couldn't do that too much. So I'd have them sit in a circle, and I would have them close their eyes and take deep breaths. And then I would just tell them, get them into this very relaxed state. And then I'd tell them the story of whatever culture I was working with. And they had crayons and paper. And so when the story was done, I had them open their eyes and draw whatever they had seen during this experience. And it really was a very nice, also a movement. I did a lot of dance. With that group, I did a lot of Kathak. And it really focused their minds and calmed them down and got them excited. They're not like all over the place, but they're focused. And also because of the chanting aspect of, like dat dat day, dig da dig dig day, right? It would, for them to remember that and do the moves, it would really focus them and help with that wild energy that can happen in the school. So that was wonderful. And it's interesting, you were talking about inner and outer, like your inner experience is, the outer experience is the reflection of the inner experience. And I remember I was with my Tibetan teacher, Namkhai Norbu Rinpoche, and he said, one day he said to me, inner, outer, no difference. What happens inside is, what happens outside is just the reflection of what's going on inside. And I've noticed in my own life, the calmer I get, the more calm is around me. And the other thing is that from the Qigong perspective, we say one must have deep roots. That whole grounding and centering aspect of it is profound. It's profound. It really, we're all out here flying around, but as soon as we ground and come down and commune with the earth itself, it has a very powerful effect. And I
Thank
also
you.
worked, one more, I also worked with Dr. Robert Masters, who was very much into hypnosis. And the power of that, you've brought up so many points that are of such benefit to us. So I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. We share some more points in a moment. Keep your video ready in a moment because there are two to be played in a moment. Let's take a quick comment with Paula in Croatia. Paula, you were observing what Peter Pierce was delivering a session. Your quick comment, then we go to Dr. Lakshmi, then Alexandra. So if you make your quick comments, please, how you felt while Pierce Day was giving that mini session to us.
Yeah, I felt the tingling sensation around the edges of my arm, and that tingling brought me in. So my mind is usually busy, like chitta-vritti, monkey mind, but doing this, it was like, it's tingling. It's very like, ooh, I need to get used to this. I don't know how everyone else is finding those sensations. For me, it's very tingling, like like this. Anyway. But it's good. It does ground you. I must say, it does ground you. Because, huh? Is that answering your question?
That's one of the sensations that we do when we're asking, what does chi feel like? It's that tingling sensation. So it's interesting you should bring that up.
So thank you, Paula. So Pierce, there you are. You're getting comments from different country peers.
I love it. I love that. I've never had anyone having the tingling before. But my way of doing it is if you take the left and right brains, and if you've got static between them, when you're doing this, it's releasing all that static.
Yeah, maybe my nervous system is releasing and it's just tingling. It's usually the nervous system going like yeah.
And I'll be interested to see how deeply you sleep tonight.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, a few more of these and I'll just snore away.
And you can pass your comment later, Paula, on the social media so peers can get it. Alexandra, what was your experience while you were feeling the mini session?
Yeah, I really loved it, Pierce. Thank you so much. That's very useful. What I immediately thought of telling my my people, my students, clients, and so on, they can do it even in the office, under the desk, in the table, in the restaurant, wherever, in the kitchen table. If they get like overwhelmed, nobody has to know what's happening, or even just put like a scarf over or whatever, and then just really go and focus on that. No one has to know what they're doing, but they're really grounding themselves. So I really like that we got so many tips today, like from so many different experts. Amazing.
And Alexandra, Pierce particularly mentioned that rather than doing, he loves yoga, so there's nothing against yoga, but if he may find certain things more strenuous or more exercise. So exactly as you said, this can be done sitting anywhere, just like mudras. So that's good point. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you are, of course, the European president for the forum, Hindu forums and everything, and you follow most of these alternative complementary methods. What was your opinion? You had entered just while Pierce was delivering the session.
Yes, I just entered. I did go with him. Whatever he said. For me, for a beginner, for example, the pace at which we went from, breathing, it was a little faster, I thought. Otherwise, as you went on breathing, eventually you started adjusting to the movements, faster movements. So for a newcomer, it may be a little difficult to follow this, but a person who's an expert or who's been doing yoga for a long time may easily follow it. This is just I wanted to tell.
So keep on watching. Piers will be back again. He's been on healing before, and he'll come back again here and deliver a longer session. Amrita, you are a mentor, you are a coach, and you coach on many matters. You were obviously following it very closely. Your opinion, please, before we move to one short video from Sharon and then Ian Gowler.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Piers, it was really wonderful. I think it is one of those basic mindfulness techniques that people can easily adapt. Mindfulness is that simple practice that can bring people from their past and the worries of the future to the present. And that's how you grab the attention of yourself. And the more you stay in the present and the more mindful you are, the more at peace you are, because you just take and snatch those moments of time that God has eventually given you to live at that time. And we are foolish enough to think a lot about the past and worry for the future. But then these techniques are really helpful, I think, at the times of stress and anxiety for the people to calm themselves down and balance themselves. And I think it will also help in better decision making of people if they adapt it in a regular practice. So what you're doing with the school children is really very good and efficient enough to pull up. And I would say it's very good to make children practice these things and adapt as a part of their lifestyle to take it forward. Thank you.
So there you have it, Piers. Now you've actually met some of the team. Sharon, who is my beautiful co-host, does a lot of dance practices. She also works in Tai Chi, Qigong practices, so she knows how to move the Qi around the body. Dr. Lakshmi is also a dance student prior, and now she works a lot with European organizations globally. Paula is a yoga teacher. Alexandra does a lot of retreats around globally. And Amrita is our admin here at Healing Our Earth, and she's also a PhD student. So I think you've just had the luxury of being surrounded by lots of spiritually uplifted people and to be able to really partake in such an experience where all of us can come together and share our wisdom. And I think that's the beauty of hypnosis, because hypnosis allows you to speed up. It also allows you to slow down. And being in a state of anxiety to begin with, the mind is already racing, but then to start to slow it down and bring it back to a sense of centeredness and calm and peace in the present moment, I think is something that this experience has really taught me. And even the whole tingling sensation, as you were saying, when you actually become a lot more highly sensitive, you start to pay attention to those sensations. You start to pay attention to the inner world. And that inner world is what then, as Sharon correctly says, transforms your outer world as well. So once again, thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to join us here today. Really appreciate it. And we wish to welcome you back in the near future as well. Sharon, my dear, beautiful co-host, I gotta learn, what do you have in store for us? And what do we have to look forward to over the next hour or so?
So Sharon, you went to the Loza celebration, and I think you got a mini video. So if you could play that first. Nishit, stand by. Alexandra, we are having Ian Gowler just in about 5 minutes from now. Sharon, hit your video and let's look at the Loza celebrations that you had done. Piers, you might enjoy what is recorded over here. It will be something that is relevant. Over to you, Sharon, if you can play your video, and then we go to Ian Gowler in Australia, and Alexandra, you can introduce that. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone. Here we are, Dr. Kim Engard and me, Sharon Rose, senior host. And what else am I? for healing our earth.
Zucchini extraordinaire.
Thank you. We're here at the amazing for Losar, Tibetan New Year smoke offering. Kim has been a vital member of this community, and we'll be showing you some excerpts from this beautiful ceremony.
So happy Losar, Tasha Deleg, everyone. We're here at Dharma Works, and we are celebrating Losar with a offering fire, a sancha, and for the Jipdoks, the local spirits. And we had a wonderful offering. We're still offering the smoke with the juniper and many kinds of offerings, including golden liquor. This fumigation offering, continuous and inexhaustible,
a marvelous offering to be sumptuously enjoyed, is presented within a celestial palace in a
Ethereal realm, wherein resides the unborn Dharmakaya, the perfect Sambhogakaya possessing characteristics, the Nirmanakaya that encompasses the benefited beings, as well as the peaceful deities spontaneously perfected to increase virtues and bring ultimate realization. The wrathful deities originating miraculously to liberate from enemies and obstructions by way of fierce actions, together with messengers who act quickly. Greatly powerful and skilled kings, mothers, and sisters, the perfect Buddhas who represent the three bodies, the Siddharthas of the three times, the Bodhisattvas of the 10 stages, the excellent gurus who possess the lineages, the Jnani mothers and sisters residing in the three places, and three support, images, scriptures, and secrets, to remove the darkness of ignorance, and the Senram of the 10 directions, and the three realms together with their retinues. To all of them we offer this continuous and inexhaustible fumigation offering, and thus completely propitiate the minds of these mighty tutelary deities. In particular, to these hosts of deities who completely pure mothers and daughters, such as the great mother Satsang Ersan, to the hosts of deities of the younger and long-chief scriptures, such as the four chief Siddharthas, to the hosts of deities of the continuous activities of Homer rites, such as the three fire deities of the Trikaya, to the hosts of deities who are peaceful Siddharthas, such as Kunto Zanko, to the hosts of deities who miraculously increase prosperity, such as Kunang Chapa, to the hosts of deities of blessing and power, such as Chokshak Kagyen, to the hosts of deities who are powerful and fierce, such as Walse Nangpa, and images made of precious grain, precious woods, precious materials that we're putting into the dimensions so that all may benefit and have an increase in life force and lumta and charismatic power and body, and may their soul be uplifted and may they perfectly fulfill their life. So I hope everyone is having a wonderful new moon, a new year for the wood snake, and we wish you greetings from Crestone, Colorado, USA.
Thank you, Sharon. If you can stop screen sharing. Nishit, maybe you can force it out and play the video if you like, Nishit. Over to you, or shall I help screen share? Yeah, okay. Sharon, you don't have to do anything. It will be out.
Okay.
Yes. So Nishit, before you play this, Dr. Ken Gowler actually was given only few days to leave several decades back. And here is the person who is alive after several decades, and listen to the story, so inspirational in a meditational way. Isn't that right, Alexandra? Isn't it a wonderful personality there in Australia, in Melbourne, where the time is Monday morning at the moment?
Yes, yes. Dollar recorded this for us because now it's, I think, 4 a.m. So he just sent this to us. His wife recorded the story. So I might say a little bit more after the video. I don't want to spoil the watching of the video.
It's
Sorry.
beautiful. Okay, Nishit, hit the button. Let's listen to the story.
And I'm speaking to you from Melbourne in Australia. Melbourne's down the southeast, the bottom right-hand corner of Australia. So for any of you listening from Europe and that sort of part of the world, I'm about as far away on the planet as I possibly could be. So welcome from down under. And I've been asked to speak a little bit about my story and what I have learnt through that story and the work that flowed out of it. So essentially, I started life in fairly fortunate circumstances, but probably like many of us have had what they euphemistically call a interesting life, which generally means there have been a fair few ups and downs. And after this sort of fairly auspicious start in life at 12, my mother died suddenly and unexpectedly. And then a week later, my beloved dog was run over and killed on the road. And a week after that, I was sent off to a school camp. And one of the evenings, I woke up with one of the masters in the bed with me. So I had these three rather calamitous things happened one after another. And probably curiously, in retrospect, instead of making me angry and disenchanted with life, it actually made me really curious. It actually aroused my curiosity because I thought, well, the fairly simplistic Christian upbringing I'd been enjoying to that point, my family went to church regularly and I enjoyed all of that. The sort of paradigm was, as I took it as a 12-year-old, was basically, be a good boy and things will be okay. And by 12, I certainly was no angel, but I could reason that the things that had happened to me, these three sort of tumultuous events, didn't make sense in the context of my life to that point. So it actually made me keener to actually look into the truth of what it was to be a human being and what my life's meaning was and what its purpose was. So I was at that age dead set keen on becoming a veterinarian. And so I was doing all the science sort of study, but at the same time I was reading quite widely. I probably read about 50 books a year, and I was reading on philosophy, and that grew into sort of existential philosophy and then Eastern philosophy. And I kept coming up against this thing called meditation, which was mentioned in passing in lots of these books. And in those days, there was very little guidance about how to practice meditation, let alone even define what it was. And you were left with this sort of suggestion that it was something really important and at the heart of finding the truth, but really no sort of direction how to pursue it. So it became one of those things I thought, I'll do one day. And I set about getting through secondary school and into university. But as it happened at the end of secondary school, I had quite a profound mystical experience. One evening I was going into Melbourne, the city. It was dark and the lights were on, and there were a lot of people coming out of the city as I was going in, and the light was bouncing off the rain and the wet streets and the walls of the city. And in a sort of unannounced instant, I had this really strong experience of the interconnectedness of all these people that were in front of me and walking towards me. And at the same time, I had a real sense that I was apart from them. So I had this sense of awareness linking humanity, but also the sense that I was experiencing that. So it was sort of like I still had this dualistic sense of me being aware of this sort of non-dual experience. And it occurred to me very clearly that the purpose in life, one of the main experiences one could seek in life was to actually have this non-dual experience more completely, to feel like I was actually a part of that oneness. And so that sort of directed my reading even more. But then I graduated as a veterinarian. I was very busy because I was also quite a committed athlete, and I did the decathlon. So that was 10 athletic events, and it was quite a lot to be doing. And so I was both fit and very active. And then at the age of 24, excuse me, what I thought was a training injury, and it was a lump in my right leg, turned out to be a bone cancer, an osteogenic sarcoma. And so this was late 74, early 75. And the treatment in those days was surgical amputation of the leg through the hip. So that happened early in 75. And of course, as you can probably imagine, that changed my life again quite dramatically. And again, I was really fortunate, I think, in retrospect, again, because I realized very early after the amputation that if I was going to focus on what I'd lost, which was a lot, then I was just going to have a miserable life. And it really struck me that disability was a relative thing. And I was really helped in having that understanding through having been a decathlon athlete, actually, because in the decathlon you do these 10 different events. And so you end up being reasonably good at all of them, but not particularly good at any one of them. So if I went and trained with the 100-metre sprinters, I was quite handicapped when it came trying to keep up with them. And if I went and trained with the pole vaulters, I was quite handicapped when it came to comparing myself to the people who did that full time. And if you think of somebody who was really at the top of their game, like somebody like Usain Bolt, who was, remains the greatest 100-metre sprinter we've seen to date. My guess is that while he was the best in the 100 metres, if he tried to do the pole vault, he would have found he was quite disabled. And I'm not sure what his javelin throwing would have been like either. And so I'd had this experience, and I realised that being alive in whatever condition you happen to be, the task is to make the best of what you've got available to you. And so when I had two legs, I was faster than a lot of people and slower than a few. On one leg, I'm faster than a few and slower than a lot. But I still get around. I still manage to do what I need to do. And that sort of disability is very much a relative thing. And if I compare myself to other people, and I get around on crutches because it's more convenient. If I compare myself to other people, I could have a pretty miserable time of it. But because I stay within my own sort of sense of what I can do and what I can't do, it's actually very comfortable, and I've been able to accomplish quite a bit. So actually, after I had my leg amputated, I was told I had a 5% chance of being alive in 5 years, which obviously isn't a great prognosis, but I thought, well, that's pretty good odds. I didn't have any trouble imagining myself being in that 5% 5 years later. But in actual fact, less than a year later, the cancer reoccurred. And I was in big trouble because this is the end of 75, and there was no effective treatment for secondary osteogenic sarcoma in those days. That's still pretty difficult cancer to have to deal with. And I realised that if I wasn't going to die in a pretty short space of time, I was told that my prospect of living more than 3 to 6 months was just about nil. I realised that if I was going to make a difference to that, I was going to have to do something different. Clearly, statistics are made up of what most people do, and unfortunately, most people who had got secondary osteogenic sarcoma in those days died within 3 to 6 months, fairly uniformly, actually. So I was fortunate, actually, because this is end of 75, going into 76. And that was those pioneering days when meditation was starting to be used therapeutically. And Dr. Ainsley Mears, who is an Australian psychiatrist living in Melbourne and who I got to know and got help from, was really the genuine pioneer in the West of therapeutic meditation. And he may not be known so well even in Australia these days, actually, let alone in other parts of the world, but he was very well published in those days, and I learned a lot from him. And I took what I learned of meditation through the recovery that went on for 2 or 3 years and became the mainstay of what helped me to endure the difficulties I went through and actually helped with the recovery process. And I also got very intensively involved with the nutritional side of things. Those are the days of positive thinking and, affirmations and guided imagery. I learned a lot about pain management. I had to work a way through my fear of dying and come to terms with that, because if you're full of fear and anxious about the future, it makes it much harder to heal. And I had some medical treatment. I don't think anybody's suggesting that that was the curative element. And from my side of it, I see it as a combined, integrated approach. But I really valued what I would call lifestyle medicine, which is to do with things like meditation, what you eat, exercise, all those things that you can basically do for yourself. So I was really fortunate, and about 2.5 years later, I was found to be cancer-free. And I went back to my veterinary profession for a while. But I got so many inquiries about how come I was still alive and did I think what I'd done might help other people, that after a while I decided to start up groups so that I could gather people together. They could benefit from peer support and sharing their experiences, but also learn about what became to be known as lifestyle medicine. So I ended up in 1981 founding what was probably one of the world's very first lifestyle-based cancer self-help programs. And that became very popular. And it soon became apparent that what we were doing was making a big difference to people who were dealing with cancer themselves. But it was also really helpful for their partners, their families, and other people who took it up. So initially we started to run prevention programs, but as you may know, people don't seem to find prevention particularly attractive. So then we started calling them wellness or well-being programs, and that seemed to be much more enticing to people. And so we started doing programs using the same sort of lifestyle medicine approach to health generally, as well as doing specific meditation programs and retreats. And so that became quite involved, and we had a lot of people come to that. We got very good support from our national press. I wrote a number of books about it, and really that work flourished for quite some time. And so if I'm asked to sort of reflect on what I learned from that, I think there's a couple of things that really stand out. And the first one is the importance of the mind. You know, if we think about our own health, our own well-being, our capacity for healing, the body's important, obviously. Our emotional life's important, obviously. But it's the mind that's really the crucial one, because it's the mind that decides what we do. It's the mind that decides what we eat and how much of it. It's the mind that decides what we drink and how much of it. It's the mind that decides whether we exercise, how much we do of it. It's the mind that decides whether we meditate or not and how much we do of it. So the mind plays this really pivotal role. I think another thing that stands out for me is the role of statistics in medicine. And statistics are really helpful when you're talking about groups of people, but they really fall apart when you talk about individuals. And I'd like to really emphasize that as individual human beings, we're individuals, we're not statistics. And so one of the difficulties I've noticed, and having been a veterinarian, I understand this difficulty, is that if you're a doctor and you see a lot of people with a particular type of cancer, for example, then you start to form a view about what happens to most people. And so if you're dealing with, there's about 100 different forms of cancer. So if there's a cancer that, say, has a 5% death rate over 5 years, then I'd say most doctors statistically say, well, this new patient in front of me has got a 95% chance of survival for 5 years. So I can treat them as if they're going to survive. And we'll deal with the 5% if we have to face it. Whereas if it's the opposite, and with a different type of cancer, perhaps there's a 5-year chance of survival after 5 years, then I think my experience of it is a lot of doctors quite understandably form the view that most people that I see with this particular condition are going to die, and so I'll treat them all as if they're going to die. And they miss the point that they're not actually talking to a statistic, they're actually talking to an individual. And at that point of initial contact, and even further down the track, it's very hard to predict which group they're going to fall into, which 5%. Because clearly some people with any condition that's potentially fatal will die quicker than others, and some live longer than others. And so I think as individuals, it's very important that we understand that we are individuals, and statistically, we can get an idea of the degree of difficulty of something that we're dealing with. And, if you're told you've got a 5% chance of being alive in 5 years' time, that indicates you've got a pretty challenging condition that you're dealing with. It's difficult. But you've got every possibility of being in the 5% or the 95%. So then the next thing to say about that is that it's my strong experience that what people do can influence the outcome of anything. I mean, that makes common sense. I mean, we've all sort of aspired to do different things and been half-hearted about it, and, it's left to chance, basically. Whereas, if we really put our mind to it, as human beings, it's extraordinary what we can accomplish. We've got, amazing bodies, we've got amazing emotional states, we've got this incredible mind, and we've got a spiritual capacity that's extraordinary. And you put all that together and learn how it all works and how to mobilize it, how to direct it, and quite clearly extraordinary things become possible. And so, whether you're dealing with a major illness, and I hope you're not, but if you are, then I really wish you best of good fortune with that. But for those of us who consider ourselves to be basically well, if you think about what's come out of this experience for me, then, to my mind, paying conscious attention to our lifestyle just makes really good, common, practical sense. And unfortunately, there are so many commercial interests operating against us at the moment that really have a financial interest in what we do rather than a health interest in what we do. And so I think we need to be quite selective and particular, about what we eat, what we drink, what sort of influences we allow into our mind, how we manage the busyness and pace of our life. And perhaps the thing to emphasize is the meditation side of it again. Because at the very least, and it's by no means a small thing, meditation brings stability to people's lives regularly, and it also brings a clarity of mind to people's lives regularly. So, with those two attributes, it puts us in a much better place to deal with the ups and downs of life, because we've got this inner stability, and also because we've got some clarity, we can think clearly and make good decisions. And then there's all the other benefits that meditation has to offer. So if you're interested in more about what I do, you can Google my name, and we've got a website. And I would just like to finish by encouraging you to consider, if you're not already, developing a regular practice of meditation. For those of you that are, I encourage you to keep going. In my experience, doing a retreat once a year is really good sense. I mean, things are so busy in our lives these days that to take some time out as an annual event, to step out of your life, to go into a supportive environment, a supportive atmosphere like most retreats will provide, perhaps to get some teaching on meditation and sort of the philosophical construct that goes with that in life. But really to take some time for yourself where you can stand back from your life a little, reflect, contemplate on what's been going on in recent times and where you're aiming to go, then a retreat really makes a lot of sense as an annual event. So I hope there's been something of interest in what I've had to say. It's a pleasure to be able to share my story. I actually had my leg amputated 50 years ago, and next year it'll be 50 years since I was told I had 2 weeks to live. So it's been a pretty remarkable 2 weeks, and it's a pleasure to be able to share something of all this with you. So happy meditating, and be well.
So what a wonderful journey. And Nishit, you can stop sharing, please. Maybe I'll try to force the share out. Okay. There we are, Alexandra. What a wonderful story. Being told that you only got a few weeks and more than 40, 50 years later, you are still alive and inspiring people. And of course, as he mentioned, the condition was relatively not known and people had to be amputated and most of the people died during his age. This is a very inspirational story. And by the way, Dr. Galwar is still alive. He runs retreats in Melbourne, in Australia, in different parts. And because right now his time is 3:30 in the morning, so he said, look, we'll do a recording. Alexandra said, let's go for it. So Alexandra, you found a very nice, inspirational person. Don't take my word. Sharon, what did you think of the story?
That was so powerful. That was so deep and so rich. What an inspiration to everyone, anyone going through such challenging times. Tremendous inspiration and so heartfelt.
Beautiful. Alexandra, you were calmly, although you were busy today because you are in a retreat yourself and workshop, how moving and inspiring that is, to be told that, okay, thank you, you only got a few weeks to leave. First of all, that is dangerous. And Dr. Gowler mentioned very clearly, I can either focus on the amount of time I got left, or I go positive and create the time that I don't have so I can live much longer. What an inspiration.
Exactly. So I would really encourage everyone to search on YouTube, and there were books written about him and movies, and he made an app to help us. I think it's free for meditation, and he's a very, very nice person. But I want to tell you how I met him just shortly. We met 20 years ago. I didn't know who he was. We were in retreat, and it's a silent retreat. And there were thousands of people, maybe 2,000 or more people. And I was in charge of all retreats for rota jobs, very ungrateful job. Nobody wanted, so I said I will do it. And there was another job nobody wanted to do, is washing big pots. Everyone who was in retreat, they know when they cook food for thousands of people, you have these big pots where you cook rice and dal and all kinds of things. So nobody wanted to do that. And Dr. Goller applied for that. And then I was also checking on everyone, and I was getting really angry messages because it was silent retreat. Why did you allow this man? He stands on one leg and he washes these pots, and you're a bad person. Why are you doing that? But he just did not give up. He was he wanted to do it, He just did it for weeks, 6 times a day, washing pots for hours in the kitchen. So I just want to say this is the person, I mean, he won Order of Australia, Order of Australia medal. He got some kindness prizes in Australia and everything. This is just very humble person who takes things, who doesn't take things for granted, who just really takes the best of every situation. Very kind, very generous person. Amazing. I just feel really blessed to know him.
Simply amazing. Didi, you were watching. Paula, you were watching. I bet you've got some comments. What did you feel, Didi?
I think sometimes when life pushes us to the edge and we don't have a way out, we end up finding a way. We end up fighting our way through. And sometimes it's just about relaxing in that moment and just letting go and surrendering. Whatever shall be, shall be. But I know for a fact that I will continue with my practices. And I think that is the most humbling thing. But yet there's that inner will. There's that inner will that says, no matter what I come across, I will find a way through. No matter what obstacle I have, if I can't go through it, I will go over it, I will go around it. But one thing's for sure, I won't give up.
Amazing, isn't it? Perseverance, having a belief in yourself, and you don't always need surgery and medicine if you can psych yourself up, because mind over matter. But then we've got a surgeon here. That surgeon who is very powerful, but he also believes in holistic, complementary, integrated, alternative methods. Anukul, you heard the story. From few weeks to more than 50 years and still alive. What do you think?
Absolutely true. This is amazing because I come across many of the patients in my own practice many times. First of all, I find them, once they get to know about, initially there's a state of shock. But after that, it does not take a long time for them to ultimately come back to the normal life, and they become much more quieter. And that's one of the things that has struck me as something unusual that happens to almost everybody. Many of the patients have had breast cancers, multiple surgeries and chemotherapy, recurrence and again treatment. And that certain way gives me a lot of strength that if it happens to me, that's possibly how it will react. But I've also seen people with lots of disability. While I was in the army, we had quite a few people with amputated legs, and initially they looked all very bad and they were very much in trouble. But sooner or later they came back to the senses. And not only that, we had quite a few of us who were amputated. And I'll tell you one simple incident that there was a Sikh gentleman who was para-Olympian and also a big coach. He was a mountaineer. And one day he came to me while we were playing basketball. All of us used to be playing with our knickers, but this officer used to play in his trousers. I mean, full length trousers. So I used to wonder. I never thought about it. One day he said, "Doc, can I come and meet you? I have got to do something." I said, "Yeah, come on in." And this was under this was in a mountaineering school. So I said, fine enough. And he came in the morning and I had a look at him and he said, Doc, I've come here basically to have my artificial limb changed. And I was quite surprised because I had just come new to that battalion. And he said, you'll not believe, Doc, this is the best thing I've ever got. I never feel cold, I never feel hot, and I never feel anything. And he's an instructor for mountaineering. So it is just the way how you look at your disability. Your disability is entirely in your mind. And that's exactly what I've seen many people do. I was also one of the doctors training in a what you call artificial limb center and also paraplegic unit. And remember, in that paraplegic unit with more than 150 people, the entire unit is to run only with one able person just because of communication, but the rest of the whole unit is to run completely by the paraplegics, including school, college, and every kind of learning. So I've really learned a lot from these people. And one thing is for certain, if I'm one amongst them, I won't be worried. And life is always there. It'll go away one day. No problems at all. I mean, I always get strength after seeing them rather than feeling bad.
Wonderful share of your thoughts over there. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you were obviously hooked onto what Dr. Ian Gowler was saying, and what a moving story.
Oh, he was fantastic. I mean, he spoke so well, kept you on throughout the speech. But this is an experience which I would also like to share with all of you. My mother-in-law, when she was around 70 or something, people said, the doctors said she's not going to live and, she'll pass away soon. So don't worry about it, etc., etc. But I know that she lived till 99 years. We waited for her so that she'll become 100, and then the queen will give they give a certificate or something like that. But 99 she passed away. She was not very healthy, but she did live. She used to talk to all of us, but she passed away. So life is not actually written for anybody. Some people, they continue to live for a very long time in spite of illness and many other problems. So it's once again, it's God's gift. So we have to just accept whatever way it comes. Thank you.
And even more so, live the life the best today. If you love somebody, don't wait for tomorrow to tell them, because you may not be there. They may not be there, but you may not be there. Live the life to the best, because this kind of life, they always say, doesn't come all the time. So live the best, feel the good, bring your mind to the state of the blissfulness, happiness. I always say, throw any anger from your heart, from your mind, throw any vengeance and any revenge. Don't hold and harbor any grievance against anybody, because you may be thinking about them. They're not even worried about you. So just move on. Lighter you are, the more happier you can live. Wonderful. Lata, you were completely listening to what Dr. Ian Gowler from Australia was telling us. And you've been through a journey of your own. What did you think?
Great admiration. You know, where normally it's just told us that these are not to be shunned and things like that, but you know, actually they are to be admired, and because they are such resilience in them, and it teaches us the spirit is what? The inner spirit connecting to the divine spirit. And that's what keeps us alive, when that faith in us connects to the divine and our inner, you know, our spirit, and connects to the divine spirit. This is the power that shines through and gives us the strength to carry ourselves through. And our love for God is the underlying and the foundation that actually is coming through, because we think, I need to live for my children, I need to live for our family, whoever, our friends, because they're going to feel more pain than us, because we're going to be gone. We're not going to feel it, but it's everyone else, and we want to stay alive for them. So it's such an inspiration, and never think that we're the only ones experiencing these things, but everyone has these issues that actually makes us real human beings and toughens us. So I think it's, yeah. Global namaste, by the way. And
Anakul, you want to make a point?
It's very important to note that once the person is in a good frame of mind, the body immunological systems take over and they destroy the cancer cells. The cancer cells have what we are all the time producing cancer cells, and the body identifies what is not your own and what is bad, and it tends to destroy the cancer cells. The more stressed a person is, the more the emotional problem there the person is facing, and the more there are other issues which tend to contribute to the generalized illness, the more the chances the cancer will continue to proliferate. On the other hand, if the person is quieter, relaxed, and enjoys life, the body can destroy the cancer cell. I've got many cases where the length of life can be extended way beyond any time, simply because the person is happy, accepting whatever there is, and doesn't yield to things. On the other hand, those people who go the other way around, they suffer much more as well.
And correct, when you are stressed, your immune system is a bit low, because body is fighting to become a bit good and everything. So if you got stress in your life, it's easy for us to say don't stress, but see if you can calm down. See if you remove anything that's non-profitable spiritually, holistically. And then you will find that you will lighten yourself up. And you know, regardless of what happens, nobody can stop sun rising the following day. It may not shine brightly. Nobody can stop the darkness of the night and the brightness of the morning. If that is true, then believe in yourself. The choice is yours to believe what you want to believe. Wake up in the morning, stretch your arm, take a deep breath and say, I'm going to enjoy myself, then you will. But if you're going to think, oh my God, I've got to go to work. What shall I wear? And oh my God, transport and everything. You are stressed. You don't know you are stressed. That's why many organizations have uniform. When you were in a school long way back, it was a uniform. When you got a uniform, neither your parents nor you are stressed, because you know what you can wear. And everybody is wearing same color shirt or a shirt in a school. So don't stress yourself, feel good. If you are too stressed, come on Healing Our Earth, come and enjoy, take a bath in what we call just like a pure Ganga Jal. Enjoy yourself, come out, feel good, feel refreshed. Sharon, can we wind down now? And maybe
Oh,
show
sure.
people what are the next 3 episodes. So if I could share the screen with you in a moment. Meanwhile, you can thank everybody, and I will bring the screen up in a moment.
Well, I'm very excited to tell you all about the upcoming shows. As always, we have some wonderful shows coming up. And I know next week, International Women's Day Special, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity. Join us for the free global online session next Sunday, March 9th. Then, here's some of the wonderful people who will be joining us. Yes. It's always such an excellent show. Look at these beauties. It's really, yeah, powerful. It's amazing these days when I look across the landscape of this culture, the influence of the beauty and the intelligence and the Shakti of the women from India is really profound in the United States right now, from my perspective. And so we'll be meeting, look at all these beautiful women. Yes, yes, entrepreneurs, speakers, yes, teachers. Then we have World Kidney Day, Sunday, the 16th of March. Are your kidneys okay? Detect early, protect kidney health. So
Sharon,
please
you are bringing a Tai Chi Qigong way of keeping your kidney happy.
well, hopefully they won't criticize the doctors will say, oh, this is really, it's a very, honestly, the Qigong, it's for the 6 healing sounds. It's a very meditative, internal, and using sound. So sound yoga as a way to connect with your kidneys and to help the vibratory aspect of it and the frequencies so that you release all the emotional issues that are stuck, which are really the kidneys in the Taoist tradition and the TCM tradition is connected with fear.
And prior to that, we will have the most senior nephrologists, kidney recipients, kidney donors. We are having a special session. So we'll again be traveling to India, America, UK, bring some experts. And the following week, Sharon.
Yes, one of my favorites. Vegan, vegetarian kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically. So this is on the 23rd of March. All of you who love to cook or want to stay healthy and want to learn some new recipes, this is a wonderful show.
Sharon, have you grown anything in your greenhouse and your garden and your farm?
Not yet. It's still, even though it's warmer than usual. You know, last year we started growing early, but then we had this cold snap and everything died because we don't have heat in the greenhouse. So, you know, we're waiting. Usually we start in about May. And we'll see what we do this year. I think we're going to do a bunch of traveling, so maybe we won't grow as much as normal and let the soil sit and, you know, just take a break. But we'll see.
But we'll still have fun. And Sharon, it's time now to say thank you to Alexandra for bringing in facilitators and co-producing, Riddhi for bringing facilitators and co-producing, Amrita, who is always there right from the start in every episode and keeps in touch with the admin, which is so wonderful. Anukul, who comes with all different facets of holistic and medical knowledge and shares with us. Lata, who is always there as a back-end team, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas as well in everything. So we love you all. Thank you for all your hard work, the love, harmony, unity, peace, and liberty we bring on the earth. is always appreciated, particularly on the website, social media. Sharon, maybe Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha from you, Gayatri Mantra, and we say
That's
closing.
fine. I'd love to do it. So we'll start with 3 ohms and then we'll go in. Oh. 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 Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yona Prachodayat Om Shanti Shanti Shanti